Chapter 515. Thousand Demon Sect Die. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. He swung the Bahuang sword in his hand, and a head flew into the air. The black-clothed youth was dead. Subsequently, Yi Xian quickly devoured the black-clothed youth's universe ring. Ding! The host has opened the 32nd Heaven Meridian. Right now, Yi Xian was truly at the pinnacle of the Heaven Meridian. After opening 32 Heaven Meridian, the next step was to condense the spirit. Ding! The host has reached the pinnacle of the spirit essence realm. Currently, the host's affinity with the earth attribute is the highest. The host can condense the earth spirit. Another system notification rang out. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. This was because he saw the requirement to condense the earth spirit. An earth spirit fruit was required. If he had already opened 32 Heaven Meridian, then he could have directly condensed the earth spirit and broken through to the spirit realm after obtaining the earth spirit fruit. Unfortunately, the earth spirit fruit was specially devoured by him to increase his affinity with the earth attribute and cultivation. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the spirit realm, he would need an earth spirit fruit. Boom! A loud sound rang out in Yi Xian's ears. It was the golden sand giant that had caught up to him. Taking advantage of the time that the Dao Heartseed demon technique still had, Yi Xian immediately charged over. With his current strength, killing the golden sand giant was not a problem. The golden sand giant's vitality and recovery were very strong. Yi Xian only managed to kill it after fighting for half a minute. This golden sand giant's earth spirit essence is much better than the yellow sand giant's. However, I've already reached the pinnacle of the spirit essence realm. If I devour it, I won't be able to increase my cultivation. However, I can increase my affinity with the earth attribute. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before devouring the earth spirit essence. This time he had made a huge profit. Although he was still lacking an earth spirit fruit, his current strength was already invincible within the spirit essence realm. Even if he encountered a spirit realm expert, he would have the courage to fight. There was still a lot of time left in the secret realm. At this moment, Yi Xian continued searching to see if there were any more earth spirit fruits. However, he was disappointed. After running all over the desert, he did not find a second oasis, nor did he find a second earth spirit fruit. He had no choice but to leave. He returned to the entrance of the mystic realm and looked around. He found that people were still coming in one after another. This mystic realm no longer held much interest for him. Instead, he was more interested in the sect of that black-clothed youth. After the death of the black-clothed young man, Yi Xian found a token in his yin and yang ring. It was an identity token of a 1,000 demon sect disciple. At the same time, he also found out that the 1,000 Devil sect was one of the top sects in the Green Cliff region. I only have the Dao Heart Devil Seed chapter, and there is still the Devil Enslavement chapter. If I want to learn it, I have to enter the 1,000 Devil sect. Yi Xian thought to himself. What the black-clothed youth used before was the Devil Enslavement chapter of the Dao Heart Devil Seed chapter. However, the Devil Enslavement was not a true Devil Enslavement. It was only temporary. Once the duration of the Dao Heart Devil Seed chapter was up, it would return to its original state. However, the Devil Enslavement chapter's amplification was much greater than the Devil Seed chapter. Fortunately, the black-clothed youth had just learned it. Otherwise, Yi Xian would be finished. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to take a look at the 1,000 Devil sect. He opened a map and glanced at it. Then, he flew towards the direction of the 1,000 Devil sect. He estimated that with his current strength that was invincible in the spirit essence realm, it shouldn't be difficult for him to join the 1,000 Devil sect. Although the 1,000 Devil sect was a devil sect, it was still one of the top forces in the Green Cliff region. There were spirit realm experts guarding it. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that there might be an earth spirit fruit inside. Furthermore, he was only going to learn the Dao Heart Devil Seed chapter. He would leave once he obtained the earth spirit fruit. Yi Xian spent a total of 10 days flying from the South Peace City to the 1,000 Devil sect's territory. After 10 days, he arrived at the foot of the 1,000 Devil sect's mountain. Before he arrived, he could already feel a monstrous demonic aura. Sure enough, this was not a place that ordinary people could come to. The people here were all vicious and merciless. They would kill without batting an eyelid. Why are there so many people? Yi Xian looked at the scene in astonishment. At this moment, hundreds of experts had already gathered in front of a stone tablet at the foot of the Thousand Devil Sects mountain. Among these experts, most of them were at the peak of the Heaven Pulse realm. Not only that, Yi Xian also felt a few powerful auras. They should be experts that had surpassed the Spirit Essence realm and reached the Spirit realm. Yi Xian walked over in shock. Oh no, oh no. This time, there are Spirit realm experts participating in the exam. Our chances are small again. Sigh, the last time I participated, there weren't this many people. There weren't any Spirit realm experts either. I heard that this time, the exam will only accept 20 people. Isn't this too strict? Nonsense. What would happen if they accepted 100 people? If I can learn the second stage of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique, I might be able to fight with Spirit realm experts. TCH, you haven't even mastered the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique. You're thinking too much. Let's talk about it after we pass the exam. A group of people were discussing in a low voice. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood that today was the day of the Thousand Devil Sects exam. The Thousand Devil Sect would hold an exam every month. The number of people they accepted would be different. Sometimes they would accept 50 people and sometimes they would accept 100 people. However, today they only accepted 20 people. Furthermore, the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique's Tao Heart Demon Seed technique could be learned anywhere. However, the Demon Seed technique could only be learned by becoming a disciple of the Thousand Devil Sect. The black-clothed youth was a disciple of the Thousand Devil Sect. By relying on the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique, he had killed his way into the Thousand Devil Sect and became a disciple of the Thousand Devil Sect. Unfortunately, after spending a large amount of time to learn the Demon Seed technique, he went out to search for the Earth Spirit fruit in an attempt to break through. However, he was killed by Yi Xian, who appeared out of nowhere. It seems that the Thousand Devil Sects exam doesn't require registration. Yi Xian thought for a moment and blended into the large group of people. He could already feel 4 powerful auras, and they were all at the Spirit realm. Presumably, these 3 people were also here for the Demon Seed technique. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of it. This was because these 4 Spirit realm experts should have just broken through. However, there were hundreds of people here. It wouldn't be so easy to meet them. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and waited quietly. Soon, 3 disciples of the Thousand Devil Sect flew down from the Thousand Devil Mountain. Another Spirit realm expert. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Thousand Devil Sect was truly worthy of being one of the top forces in the Green Cliff region. They actually had so many Spirit realm disciples. At this moment, the leading disciple looked around and said, "The time has come. Next, I'll bring you to the exam location. The content of the exam is very simple. You just have to find the exam tokens. There are a total of 20 tokens. Whoever finds one and delivers it to us will pass the exam." Chapter 5:16. Golden Token. Seeing that no one had any questions, the head disciple continued. Anyone who passes the examination will receive a reward. Furthermore, there are 3 golden tokens within the examination token. Anyone who passes the examination with a golden token will receive a corresponding spirit fruit. When these words were spread, everyone's eyes lit up. Spirit fruit. There was actually a spirit fruit in the reward. If someone were to find a golden token and pass the examination, they would be able to obtain an earth spirit fruit. This would greatly increase their chances of breaking through to the spirit stage. The entire crowd was in an uproar. However, it wasn't that easy to obtain a golden token. It depended on luck, and there would definitely be people who would try to steal it. When Yi Xian, who was standing in the crowd, heard this, his eyes lit up. It was truly something that he lacked. As long as he obtained a golden examination token, he would be able to break through to the spirit stage. Okay, everyone follow me. At this moment, the head disciple spoke and flew into the air. A group of participants also flew into the air and followed him. They flew north for about an hour before they were finally brought to a mountain range. The leading Thousand Demon Sect disciple and the other 2 stopped. The former turned around and said, "This is the place where you will be tested. I will be in charge of this place. My 2 junior brothers will be at the tower on the east and west side of the mountain range. Whoever passes the test token to us will pass the test. Let's begin. The moment the voice of the 1,000 demon sect disciples sounded out, the hundreds of experts immediately scattered and flew into the mountain range. Yixian also landed and quickly rushed into the mountain range. In terms of speed, his speed on land was much faster than when he was flying through the air. At this moment, other than him, there were 4 other people who quickly rushed into the mountain range. They were the 4 spirit stage experts. Yixian deliberately went around the 4 of them and began to search for the examination tokens. This examination wasn't about who was the strongest. Therefore, Yixian had to be careful. The 1,000 demon sect disciple didn't take out a single examination token, but those who had participated in the examination knew about it. Yixian deliberately slowed down his pace and stopped rushing forward. What he was thinking now was to wait for the others to find the token before snatching it away. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions came from the horizon. Yixian flew up to take a look and found that there were people fighting. Among the participants, not all of them were here to participate in the assessment. Some of them were here to make a killing, gathering a few people to hunt other participants. However, Yixian was wrong. A black light beam? Yixian's eyes narrowed as he saw a black beam of light shoot into the clouds. Examination token. Previously, he thought that this test depended on luck, but in the end, it also depended on strength. He reckoned that the test token could not be stored in the interspatial ring. Once it was found, it would emit a black beam of light to attract the surrounding people. It was the same as the test on Death Island. Yixian immediately rushed over. Although his goal was the gold token, it was not bad to earn some extra money. There were at least 10 people who saw the beam of light, and at this time all of them had already gathered. Yixian rushed over, but before he even arrived, a blind person had already charged out. Go to hell, kid! This peak heavenly vein martial artist suddenly attacked and looked at Yixian with a cold gaze, as if he had already determined that Yixian was a dead man. However, what he didn't know was that Yixian was slowing down just now. He had already discovered this hidden person. Battle Dragon's 6 steps. Sword of the Earth splitting. Rip. A head flew up, and Yixian put away this person's interspatial ring in the blink of an eye. Those who came to participate in the 1,000 demon sects examination were all ruthless people, so there was no need for him to hold back. Not far away, the token that emitted the black beam of light had already changed hands several times. Yixian immediately rushed over and quickly killed these 10 people. Then, he transferred all the items into the devour space. Now that he had reached a bottleneck, if he didn't have the Earth Spirit fruit, it would be a waste to devour any more treasures. Therefore, he stored the items and waited until he broke through to the spirit realm before devouring them all. Although these people were also at the peak of the heavenly vein realm like Yixian, Yixian's strength was several times stronger than these people. Even if he didn't use the sinister sword of the Earth Splitting and Battle Dragon Stomp, he could easily kill these people. Not bad, each of them is quite rich. Yixian nodded his head in satisfaction and then picked up the black token. With this black token, he would become the target of everyone, and there would be people constantly coming to kill him. He had already used this method of baiting once before on the Island of Death. It was just that his cultivation at that time and his current cultivation were worlds apart. Sure enough, he used the black token as bait and attracted a large number of peak heavenly vein realm experts, who were all killed by him. Not only that, but he also obtained 2 tokens. One in his left hand and one in his right. 2 black beams of light shot into the sky. At this moment, a golden beam of light? Yixian's eyes lit up. The golden beam of light must have been emitted by the golden token. One must know that the golden beam of light was equivalent to a spirit fruit. If he obtained it, he would be too lazy to continue with the competition. He would directly hand it over to the 3,000 demon sect disciples. This way, he would be able to obtain an earth spirit fruit. Immediately, he rushed over. The golden beam of light was much more conspicuous than the black beam of light in this gloomy weather. Someone could see it from dozens of miles away and immediately rushed over. Yi Xian was the first person to arrive at the golden beam of light. He didn't waste any time and immediately attacked, killing the person holding the golden token. "Ha! A golden token!" Yi Xian laughed a few times and threw away the 2 black tokens in his hand. With a golden token, why would he need a black token? However, just as he was about to put the golden token away, he heard a series of hurried footsteps. Someone was here. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be a threat to Yi Xian. However, the person who came this time was a spirit stage expert. "Boy, put down the golden token, and I'll spare your life." A spirit stage martial artist walked out. He was around 35 years old and had a scar at the corner of his eye. "Then let's see if you have the ability." Yi Xian patted his chest and gripped the Bahuang sword tightly. "What arrogance! A mere spirit stage martial artist dares to speak to me in such a manner?" The scarred man coldly shouted and raised his sword. He had already broken through to the spirit stage and had a trace of attributed true qi within his body. Even if he didn't use this true qi, he could easily kill Yi Xian. Chapter 517. The assessment ended. Battle Dragon Stomp. Sword of Earth Shattering. Yi Xian dodged as he counterattacked. The reason why he was able to challenge those above his level was due to his extraordinary speed. As long as his opponent was unable to catch up to him, then he would have the strength to fight. You do have some skills." The scarred man narrowed his eyes and swung the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a green sword aura slashed towards Yi Xian. The sword aura was extremely fast and exceeded Yi Xian's reaction. Fortunately, Yi Xian's battle instincts allowed him to dodge the fatal sword aura. However, his arm was still grazed by the green sword aura. Just when he thought that he had dodged the attack, he felt an intense pain coming from his left arm. He subconsciously looked down and discovered that his left arm had started to wither. Furthermore, the wither was quickly spreading. Yi Xian widened his eyes and suddenly recalled the scene when he was chased by the wyverns in the Tang dynasty. That middle-aged man had used the same move, but the sword aura was not green. "Rip!" Yi Xian gritted his teeth and cut off his left arm. The wither did not continue to spread. "Oh, you do have some ability." The scarred man was slightly surprised, but in the next moment he was also stunned. He saw that Yi Xian's severed arm was recovering at a visible speed. Soon a new arm grew out. "How is this possible?" The scarred man widened his eyes in disbelief. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately used the Dao Heartseed Demon technique and began his counterattack. "So it's the wood spirit. Fortunately, I just broke through to the spirit stage, so I don't have much elemental true qi." Yi Xian thought in his heart. The wood spirit was wood elemental true qi. This wood elemental true qi had the wither effect. Although his opponent's realm was higher than his, he had just been careless. Now, it was not a problem for him to be on guard. Battle Dragon Stomp. Sword of Earth Shattering. Yi Xian attacked with all his might. His strongest move was not the Earth Splitter, but the Battle Dragon Stomp. His recovery speed was extremely fast, so every step he took required him to use the Battle Dragon Stomp. The scar-faced man was currently on the ground, so this was the best way to counterattack. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" The scar-faced man snorted coldly and leaped into the air, shattering all of the earthen swords. After all, this was not a mystic realm. There was no anti-flight array here, so Yi Xian's Dragon War Stomp was considered ineffective. "So what if I can fly?" Yi Xian swung his sword in a frenzy, slashing out more than 20 attacks in a second. These attacks were all smashed into the ground and then swept out from under the scar-faced man's feet. Bang! 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 The knife-scarred man defeated these slashes one by one, and at the same time found the time to counterattack. Due to the disgusting Battle Dragon Stomp, the knife-scarred man did not dare to land on the ground, so he could only fly. However, his speed on land was already slower than Yi Xian. Now that he was in the air, the difference was even greater. As a result, he was no threat to Yi Xian at all. At the same time, Yi Xian could not do anything to him. "There's still some difference, huh? Forget it, I'll spare your life. Let's leave first." Yi Xian snorted coldly and turned around to leave. If he obtained the Earth Spirit Fruit, then he would be able to break through to the Spirit Stage. At that time, wouldn't he be able to deal with this knife-scarred man? That was impossible. You want to leave? The knife-scarred man's eyes turned cold. He stabbed out with his sword, which landed in front of Yi Xian. Bang! Suddenly, the space in front of Yi Xian exploded, and a cloud of green mist quickly spread out. Is poisonous? Yi Xian's intuition told him that he could not enter the green mist, so he quickly went around it. Damn it! The knife-scarred man cursed and immediately chased after him. However, just as he landed on the ground, a violent tremor came from beneath his feet, causing him to fly up again. He knew that if he was accidentally shaken, Yi Xian might quickly counterattack. He had to be careful. He also knew the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. However, his demon seed was on the verge of turning into a demon. That was why he came to the Thousand Demon Sect to learn the demon transformation technique. This way, he would not be afraid of turning into a demon. Damned beast! Don't let me see you again. The knife-scarred man cursed and turned around to leave. After breaking through to the spirit stage, this was the first time that he let a spirit stage martial artist escape from him. Yi Xian, who was running towards the east, felt the aura behind him getting farther and farther away. He turned around to take a look. Did he leave? TSK? Coward. Don't let me see you again. The next time will be the time of your death. Yi Xian cursed in his heart as he madly ran. Now that he knew his own strength, he did not want to encounter a spirit stage martial artist again. He was not afraid of a one-on-one fight, but he was afraid of two spirit stage martial artists teaming up. There was a Thousand Demon Sect disciple at the entrance of the mountain range. There was one on the east and one on the east. Yi Xian was currently running towards the east, and he could already see the tower. Oh, a black beam of light? On the way, Yi Xian encountered a black beam of light that was also heading towards the tower in the east. However, he was too lazy to make a move. Soon, he saw the tower and rushed over at high speed. A golden token? The Thousand Demon Sect disciple was shocked. He did not expect that someone would bring the golden token over so quickly. Senior brother, I brought the token over. Yi Xian handed the golden token over to the disciple. Not bad, not bad. Stand behind me. The Thousand Demon Sect disciple nodded. He did not put away the golden token and allowed Yi Xian to continue holding it. Yi Xian stood behind him in the air and quietly waited. Soon, people came over with tokens one after another. There were also people who rushed over after seeing the golden beam of light. However, when they saw the situation, they helplessly shook their heads and retreated. One of the golden tokens had already been found, so there were only two left. After Yi Xian, for people with black tokens arrived. Soon, a signal was sent in the air. The Thousand Demon Sect disciple on Yi Xian's side also sent a signal into the air and reported the number of people. A total of 20 people, just right. The assessment is over. The Thousand Demon Sect disciple counted and then left with Yi Xian's group of 5. Since the assessment was over, those who did not manage to obtain a token were naturally eliminated. Of course, they could still participate in the next month's assessment. When Yi Xian returned to the entrance of the mountain range, he encountered the scarred man from before. Humph! The scarred man's eyes flashed and he looked as if he wanted to eat someone. On the other hand, Yi Xian was somewhat calm. Now that he had joined the Thousand Demon Sect, he could be considered as a fellow disciple of the same sect as the scarred man. Would the scarred man dare to attack him? Chapter 518. Battle Demon Stage. F***CK. Yi Xian jumped in fright. The scar-faced man was actually a brother of the examinee. This was going to be a tragedy. Alright, I understand. The leading disciple glanced at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. Fortunately, Yi Xian had obtained a golden token and passed the test, so he didn't dare to fall out with the examinee on the spot. F***CK. Snakes and rats really belong to the same nest. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Alright, you 20 people, follow me back to the Thousand Demon Sect. As for the rest, go back to where you came from. The leading disciple said coldly, then turned around and flew away. The other 2,000 demon sect disciples and Yi Xian's group of 20 people quickly followed. Along the way, the scar-faced man glanced at Yi Xian from time to time, as if saying, "Brat, you're F***king done for." Yi Xian was planning in his heart when he suddenly remembered that the 1,000 demon sect was a demonic sect, and it wasn't impossible for fellow disciples to kill each other. He hesitated whether he should leave and come back with a new identity. Soon, Yi Xian followed the 3,000 demon sect disciples back to the entrance of the 1,000 demon sect and entered the 1,000 demon sect. In front of the 1,000 demon sect's spiritual medicine hall, anyone with a black token can receive 10 soul essences. 3 golden tokens can be exchanged for 1 earth spirit fruit. The leading disciple shouted, then entered the spiritual medicine hall and distributed the rewards. When he gave the earth spirit fruit to Yi Xian, his eyes flashed and he left. Then, he brought Yi Xian's group of 20 people to receive their disciple robes and identity tokens. Finally, he said loudly, "Find an empty house and stay there. You, come with me." As expected, seeing the leading disciple pointing his index finger at him, Yi Xian's heart trembled. As expected, he was going to be the first target. The surrounding people had a look of schadenfreude. Although they didn't know what happened, they knew from the scar-faced man's expression that there was a conflict between the two sides. "Why aren't you getting lost?" the leader of the disciples shouted. With that, the surrounding people dispersed, leaving only Yi Xian and the scar-faced man. "Brat, how dare you steal my command medallion?" The scarred man snorted coldly. "Big brother, why can't you handle a mere soul essence realm expert?" the leading disciple asked in astonishment. The scarred man looked at Yi Xian and shook his head. "I don't know. This kid's speed is very fast and his physique is very strange." "Forget it." The leading disciple shook his head and extended his right hand towards Yi Xian, saying, "Give me the earth spirit fruit and I'll let this matter rest." Hand over the earth spirit fruit? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. What kind of joke was this? He actually wanted him to hand over the earth spirit fruit? This was a necessity for him to break through to the spirit stage. "And if I don't?" Yi Xian asked coldly. "Then you better not go out and hide in the 1,000 demons sect for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking my big brother." The leading disciple snorted. "Oh, so the 1,000 demon sect doesn't allow fellow disciples to kill each other." Yi Xian immediately understood. The leading disciple told him not to go out. Didn't this mean that the 1,000 demon sect still had rules? "Brat, do you dare to enter the battle demon platform with me?" At this moment, the scarred man suddenly spoke. Battle demon platform? What? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of this name, so he frowned and asked, "Humph, you came without asking about the 1,000 demon sect. You're really lucky. Life and death can be decided on the battle demon platform. I also have an earth spirit fruit here. Do you dare to gamble?" The leading disciple said. "Oh, you want to gamble?" Yi Xian immediately became interested. He hadn't gambled for a long time. "That's right. Do you dare?" The leading disciple nodded. In reality, he was just casually saying it. After all, his big brother was at the spirit stage while Yi Xian was only at the peak of the heaven pulse stage. There was a huge gap between them, so he didn't think that Yi Xian would agree. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the scarred man anymore. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded. If he won, then he could obtain another earth spirit fruit. Moreover, he could obtain the scarred man's universe ring. This was a rare opportunity. The reason why he didn't immediately consume the earth spirit fruit and break through to the spirit stage was because of this. If he broke through now, the other party might change their mind. Good courage. Let's go. The leading disciple was stunned for a moment. Then he began to lead the way. "Brat, you're truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of the tiger. You actually thought that you could defeat me. Let's see how you're going to escape now." After the scarred man finished speaking, he followed. The battlefield just now was extremely large, but the battle demon stage had a limit. Even if one were to fly, they couldn't fly more than 10 meters. Whoever landed outside of the stage first would lose. However, how could he know that Yi Xian was determined to win? Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the 1,000 demon sect's battle demon stage. At this moment, a life and death battle was taking place. However, there were a total of 3 battle demon stages, so it didn't affect the battle between Yi Xian and the Scarred Man. When the 3 of them arrived at the battle demon stage's application area, the old man from the 1,000 Demon Sect said in surprise, "Unfamiliar faces. Are you new?" Yi Xian knew that the old man was talking about him, so he nodded. "You're suppressing the newcomers again." The old man glanced at the leading youth and began to register. However, he guessed wrong. This was because the person fighting Yi Xian wasn't the leading youth, but his big brother. "Okay, go up to the 3rd stage. Once you're up there, you can't admit defeat. You can fly until one of you dies. However, you can't fly more than 10 meters. Flying outside of the stage is also against the rules. Those who violate the rules will be killed by me personally," the old man explained. Immediately after, Yi Xian and the Scarred Man flew up to the 3rd stage. When Yi Xian stepped onto the stage, the Scarred Man mocked, "Now that you're on the battle demon stage, it's too late for regrets. Is that so? I shouldn't be the one to regret, right?" Yi Xian looked at the Scarred Man and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Immediately after, the aura on his body skyrocketed. Ding! The host has broken through to the spirit realm. The current Earth attribute has been converted to 1 point. He had finally reached the spirit realm. Yi Xian had been holding back since the beginning. He couldn't wait to break through. However, if he had broken through just now, he wouldn't have been able to see the shocked expression on the Scarred Man's face. What? The Scarred Man's body trembled and he immediately reacted. It turned out that Yi Xian had been pretending to be weak from the very beginning. He was also at the spirit realm like him, but he had suppressed it. However, what the Scarred Man couldn't understand was why Yi Xian didn't reveal himself and fight with him if he was at the spirit realm. "Okay, make your move." The old man below the stage was stunned for a moment before he shouted out. Chapter 519. Spirit Realm. "Brat, I don't care if you're at the Spirit Essence Realm or the Spirit Realm. Today you're going to die," the Scarred Man shouted as he charged towards Yi Xian with large strides. "Humph! You'll be the first." Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart as he stomped his right foot. The Dragon War Stomp and the Earth-Shattering Sword were both peak-rank heaven-level martial arts. Furthermore, they were both Earth attribute martial arts. If one used Earth attribute Qi, then their power would increase. Just now, when Yi Xian broke through, the system notified that his Earth attribute Qi had been converted to 1. This meant that 1% of Yi Xian's Qi had been converted to Earth attribute Qi. The power of this Dragon War Stomp was at least 2 times stronger than before. Bang! The Scarred Man's foot trembled, but it did not affect him at all. This was because he had already flown into the air. Die! He fiercely slashed towards Yi Xian. This slash contained wood attribute Qi. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 types of Qi actually countered each other. Metal countered wood countered water, water countered fire, fire countered earth, and earth countered metal. However, wood and earth were not like forest. Therefore, the 2 types of Qi did not conflict with each other. Yi Xian knew this, so he raised his hand and slashed out a brown-yellow slash. This was the Earth-Shattering Sword. He had used Earth attribute Qi. Bang! The 2 sword Qis collided. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Xian's Earth-Shattering Sword was superior. After all, he had the Sword Saint's bloodline. What? The Scarred Man was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but he was a step too slow. Just like Yi Xian, his arm was grazed by the attack. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The Scarred Man lowered his head and saw that his left arm had been petrified. The blood had instantly solidified. At this moment, a casual punch would probably shatter his arm into dust. Attribute Qi is indeed useful. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had used his elemental true Qi. He did not expect it to be so useful. Metal element Jin Qi was very sharp and had a strong attack power. Wood element Jin Qi had the effect of withering and restoring Jin Qi. Water element Jin Qi was gentle and flexible, and could also be used for healing. Fire element Jin Qi had a burning effect, and its attack power was second only to metal element Jin Qi. Earth element Jinqi had the effect of petrifying. Of course, this was only on the surface. Break! The scar-faced man's speed was quite fast. After his left arm was petrified, he circulated the wood attribute true qi in his body and shook off the hard stones. Both he and Yixian had merged into one. However, Yixian had the blood of the sagely tree of life. After using that earth-type attack just now, his true energy had been restored, but the scar-faced man hadn't. Therefore, Yixian had a huge advantage. However, when the scar-faced man's arm was petrified, he did not take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Instead, he quietly waited for the scar-faced man to remove the petrification. "Brat, I want you dead." The scar-faced man went berserk. This time, Yixian did not plan to use his true energy. Instead, he used normal true energy without any attributes. This was because he needed to level up and increase the proficiency of his martial arts. Earth-shattering sword. Battle dragon stomp. Yixian relied on the blood of the sagely tree of life in his body, which allowed him to recover his true energy at an explosive speed. Although the battle dragon stomp could not hit his opponent, it could force his opponent to not fall to the ground. Ding! The proficiency of the earth-shattering sword has increased. Current proficiency: 70%. Ding! The proficiency of the battle dragon stomp has increased. Current proficiency: 70%. In just a short moment, Yixian's two heaven-level martial arts had reached 70% proficiency. When he was in the spirit essence stage, his two martial arts could only reach 60% proficiency due to his insufficient realm. However, now that he had broken through to the spirit realm, it was different. Just now, Yixian used the normal earth-shattering sword to clash with the scar-faced man's true energy. Now that the proficiency of the earth-shattering sword had increased, it immediately dispersed the scar-faced man's with true energy and swept towards his opponent. What? It's stronger? The scar-faced man was shocked. However, he did not notice that the long sword in Yixian's hand was not the Bahuang sword that he had used in the previous battle. Furthermore, Yixian had not used his full strength at this moment. Otherwise, he would have been instantly killed. Bang! 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 Yixian stood on the spot and stomped his feet as he exchanged blows with the scar-faced man. The latter's true energy and attribute true energy were quickly consumed, while Yixian was still at his peak. Ding! The proficiency of the earth-shattering sword has increased. Current proficiency: 80%. Ding! The proficiency of the battle dragon stomp has increased. Current proficiency: 80%. More than 10 seconds later, Yixian finally heard the second round's notification. Even the old man from the Thousand Demon Sect had not reached 80% mastery of a heaven-level martial art. Alright, it's time for you to die. The corner of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly as he slashed with the heaven-level weapon in his hand. Show! The speed of this slash was twice as fast as the previous one. Even the power was the same. Before the scar-faced man could react, his head was directly chopped off. Kacha! His head was petrified in the air before it fell to the ground and turned into powder. Even his body was the same. Instant kill. This was Yixian's current realm. The leap of a realm is indeed like the difference between heaven and earth. I didn't even use the Bahuang sword before I died. Yixian shook his head helplessly as he walked over to the scar-faced man and put away his Qian Kuan ring. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased. Current proficiency: 2 points. The system notification sounded. Attribute conversion: 1 point was 1% of one's true energy converted. 10 points was 10%. If someone converted all the true energy in their body into attribute true energy, then they could break through the bottleneck. The next realm was the Nihility God realm. Yixian had only broken through after devouring everything in the scar-faced man's Qian Kuan ring, including the earth spirit fruit. This made him sigh. Leveling up wasn't that easy. Big brother. At this moment, the leading youth on the stage suddenly shouted. He couldn't believe that his big brother had died in front of him. Senior brother, do you want to fight? Yixian said to the leading youth. Bastard. I'll definitely kill you. The leading youth's eyes turned red as he turned to the old man and said, "I want to fight him on the battle demon stage." "Okay, I understand." The manager of the battle demon stage nodded. Immediately, the leading youth jumped onto the battle demon stage. He first collected the corpse of the scar-faced man, then stared fiercely at Yi Xian. His attribute conversion had already reached 3 points. The higher the attribute conversion, the higher the amount and strength of the attribute true energy. In simpler terms, he was slightly higher than Yi Xian in terms of realm. However, in the spirit realm, the level suppression wasn't as obvious as in the spirit realm. Chapter 520. 10,000 Demons. Cliff, brat, you dare to kill my big brother? I will definitely grind your bones to dust. The leading young man gritted his teeth and said. Yi Xian was still holding onto the top-quality heaven artifact as he stared coldly. There were many spirit stage experts in the 1,000 Demon sect. Furthermore, it was said that the ancestor was a nihility god stage expert. Therefore, Yi Xian did not dare to take out the Bahuang sword. He was afraid that he would be recognized. If the Bahuang sword was a nihility god weapon, he would be dead for sure. To be safe, he could only use the top-quality heaven artifact to hide his strength. Without waiting for the old man to speak, the leading young man shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. He believed that he was stronger than Yi Xian, so he was very bold and did not fly into the air. Since that was the case, Yi Xian would let him see what the difference between them was. War Dragon's 8 steps. A series of 8 shockwaves blasted along the ground and followed the young man's feet. In an instant, the young man felt his right leg tremble. Crack! A clear and loud sound rang out as the young man's right leg bones were completely shattered. What a joke, the 80% completion War Dragon step coupled with the earth attribute True Qi. It was already good enough that he did not become a fool. However, his fate was even worse than becoming a fool. Bam! Yi Xian stepped out again, and the young man's left leg bones were completely shattered as he fell to the ground. The bones in his legs were completely shattered, and there was no way for him to get up again. He used his hands to support himself on the ground and prepared to curse. Bam! Bam! Yi Xian stepped out 2 consecutive War Dragon's 8 steps. The bones in his hands were also shattered, and with his 4 limbs broken, he could only lie face down on the stage. Go! Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he finally stepped out. Bam! Crack! The young man's sternum was shattered. Not only that, his heart was also shattered. The young man's eyes widened, and after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he fell unconscious. The entire audience was shocked. Yi Xian, a disciple who had just joined the 1,000 Demon sect, had actually stomped an old disciple to death. This was shocking news. From the beginning to the end, the young man did not attack. Yi Xian did not even know what attribute he was. He really overestimates himself. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Then, he went over and took off the young man's universe ring, poured out the scarred man's corpse, and swallowed everything. The Myriad Demon sect was a demonic force, and none of the disciples in the sect were ordinary people. Therefore, this young man had quite a few good things in his universe ring. Unfortunately, Yi Xian needed too much experience, so all of this was just a drop in the bucket. Yi Xian had a carefree expression as he flew to the bottom of the arena under the gazes of the crowd. Then, he asked the old man, "Senior, may I ask where the Myriad Demons Cliff is?" "Kid, you're not bad. You want to go to the 1,000 Demons Cliff to learn the enchantment technique, right?" The old man looked at Yi Xian with a smile. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. The enchantment technique depends on one's aptitude. Some people can't learn it even with 10% attribute conversion. Some people can learn it when they're only at the peak of the heavenly vein stage. Your aptitude is not bad. I think you can learn it in a year. The 1,000 Demons Cliff is over there. Go. The old man said with a smile. 10% attribute conversion was 10 points. Yi Xian was a little surprised that such a person could not learn the enchantment technique. However, Yi Xian remembered the black-clothed young man in the secret realm. He was only at the peak of the heavenly vein stage, but he had already learned the enchantment technique. He could be considered a genius. Unfortunately, he had already fallen. "Thank you, senior." Yi Xian thanked him. then flew in the direction the old man pointed at. This kid is so strong. He just entered the Thousand Demons sect and he already killed an old disciple. I wonder where he came from. This is bad. That person was Senior Brother Wufeng's subordinate. Since this kid killed him, Senior Brother Wufeng will definitely come for revenge. Hey look, Senior Brother Wufeng's subordinate, Qiu Dashan, is also here. Shoo, don't say anymore. If he hears you, you can forget about leaving the Thousand Demons sect. Just as Yi Xian was about to fly away, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A good dog doesn't block the way. Yi Xian glanced at the person in front of him. It was a tall and sturdy man. Kid, how dare you talk to me like that? The man's face darkened. You killed someone and you still want to leave? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that the man's aura was very strong, much stronger than the young man. Maybe his attribute conversion had reached 5% or even higher. If he didn't use the Bahuang sword, it would be difficult to win. After all, the man might know the bewitched chapter of the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Just now, he caught the young man off guard, and the young man was killed because of his carelessness. However, this scene fell into the eyes of so many people. It wouldn't be so easy to deal with next time. Kid, come with me. The man added when he saw that Yi Xian didn't speak. I want to go to the Thousand Demons Cliff. Yi Xian replied coldly. The man's face darkened. He shouted angrily, What kind of joke is this? You want me to wait for you? 3 days later, we'll go to the Battle Demon platform. Yi Xian said. 3 days. In fact, he didn't need 3 days. He only needed to go to the Thousand Demons Cliff and learn the bewitched chapter of the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. He would be able to deal with this guy immediately. 3 days. The man was stunned. He snorted and said, You want to learn the bewitched chapter in 3 days? That's none of your business. 3 days later, I'll come to the Battle Demon platform again. Yi Xian said and left directly. The man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Yi Xian dared to ignore him. He really deserved to die. However, this was the Thousand Demons sect. He couldn't fly into a rage. After all, that old man was still below. 3 days he would wait for 3 days. 3 days later he would kill Yi Xian. Under the gazes of thousands of people, Yi Xian left and flew towards the Thousand Demons Cliff. If he could use the Bahuang sword, he might be able to kill this guy instantly. Unfortunately, there were many experts in the Thousand Demons sect. Although there weren't many people here, what if there were experts secretly watching? If they found out that the Bahuang sword was a void divine weapon, he would be dead. Therefore, he had to be careful. After leaving the Battle Demon platform, Yi Xian flew towards the Thousand Demons Cliff. The bewitched chapter of the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique was recorded on the stone wall of the Thousand Demons Cliff. When he arrived at the Thousand Demons Cliff, he was stopped by a disciple of the Thousand Demons sect. Newcomer? The disciple of the Thousand Demons sect asked. Yes, senior brother. Yi Xian nodded. Good. Then let me remind you. After entering the Thousand Demons Cliff, you are not allowed to take out a pen and paper to copy the bewitched chapter. Otherwise, you will be killed by the sect's elders. The disciple of the Thousand Demons sect reminded him. This, chapter 521. Bedevilment technique, that's impossible. There's a special formation in the Myriad Devil Cliff. The moment you exit, you will completely forget the contents of the bedevilment scripture. Hence, after you enter, you can only learn it once. Otherwise, you would have to learn it all over again. The disciple shook his head. So it's like that? Yi Xian was astonished. This was the first time he had heard of such a situation. However, he had the heaven-defying devouring system. As long as he copied the bedevilment technique into the devouring system, he would be able to learn it on the spot. Many thanks for senior brother's reminder. Yi Xian cupped his fists respectfully. Then go in. The bedevilment technique is in the cave. Following which, Yi Xian flew into a cave on the Myriad Demons Cliff. The cave was huge and there were luminous pearls embedded in the walls. Yi Xian walked in and after a while, he saw hundreds of disciples sitting cross-legged in front of a mural. This bedevilment technique is actually not a chant? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and walked over quietly to take a look. This mural was of a person, a man wearing armor. However, there were a few horns on his head and he didn't seem to be a human. Yi Xian didn't care too much and directly copied what he saw into the devouring system. Ding! Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique. Bedevilment Technique. Copy successful. Current completion rate is 1/7. Since the completion rate was only 1/7, it meant that there were 6 more murals. After taking a look, Yi Xian continued to walk deeper into the cave. The second mural was of a person, but the appearance was the same as the first one. Only the movements were different. Ding! Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique. Bedevilment Technique. Copy successful. Current completion rate is 2/7. After copying the second mural into the devouring system, Yi Xian continued to go deeper into the cave. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth mural. In front of each mural, there were hundreds of people sitting cross-legged and comprehending. Gradually, the number of people was decreasing. When Yi Xian reached the end of the cave, there were only a dozen people left. The last part of the Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique was not a mural, but a chant. Yi Xian only glanced at it and copied it into the devouring system. Ding! Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique. Bedevilment Chapter. Copied successfully. Current completion rate is 7/7. Ding! Would the host like to learn the Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Bedevilment Chapter? Yes. Ding! Host has learned the Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Bedevilment Chapter. Finally, he had learned it. Yi Xian couldn't help but grin. Along the way, he saw nearly 1,000 demon sex disciples. Most of them were spirit stage experts, and some of them might even have completed 10% of their attribute conversion. However, the Dao Heart Seed Devil Enchanting Chapter indeed looked at one's aptitude and comprehension ability. This was because Yi Xian even saw a soul essence realm martial artist in the depths of this chapter. Yes, I have. Let me see if this myriad devil cliff is really that mystical. Can make me forget everything I've seen. Yi Xian walked back to the cave entrance. When he stepped out, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Immediately after, he completely forgot about the contents of the Dao Heart Demonic Seed Devil Enchanting Chapter. It's truly amazing. It should be an array set up by the Void God Realm ancestor of the Thousand Demon Sect. I can't remember anything about it now. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He had even forgotten the appearance and movements of the first mural. This prevented him from spreading it, and even if he learned it, he couldn't teach it to others. Although he had already learned the Bedevilment Chapter, he still returned to the cave and pretended to stay there for 3 days. After 3 days, he came out. Today was the day of the battle between him and the Brawny Man. Although my attribute conversion is only at 2%, my recovery speed is extremely fast. As long as I don't use it continuously, I will be able to recover. Moreover, my earth-shattering sword and dragon warstomp have both been upgraded to 80%. Even without using the Bahuang sword, I can still kill him, Yi Xian thought as he flew towards the Battle Demon platform. However, when he arrived at the Battle Demon platform, he discovered that there was already a large number of Thousand Demon Sect's disciples gathered there. There were at least 1,000 of them. So many people. What's the big battle today? Yi Xian frowned and blended into the crowd. There were a total of 3 Battle Demon platforms, but at this moment, there was no one on the other 2 platforms. Only one platform had 2 graceful figures standing on it. There's going to be a good show. Liang Junqi actually went to the Battle Demon platform with Sima Wenjing. One of them will definitely die. I heard that senior brother Wang Haoyan and senior sister Liang were separated because of Sima Wenjing. Shu, lower your voice. What are you afraid of? Senior brother Wang Haoyan and senior brother Wufeng are comprehending the Demon God chapter together. Hearing the discussions around him, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The 2 people on the Battle Demon platform were both women. Moreover, it seemed like they were fighting because of a man. However, what made Yi Xian's eyes light up was that he heard something new. Demon God Chapter. The Dao Heart Demon Seed Chapter, the first stage of the Demon Seed Chapter, the second stage of the Bedevilment Chapter. So there's a third stage of the Demon God Chapter after the Bedevilment Chapter, Yi Xian thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to leave the Thousand Demon Sect after killing the muscular man. However, after hearing this, he couldn't help but hesitate. The Demon Seed chapter was already so powerful, and it would be even more powerful after the Bedevilment chapter. If he learned the Demon God chapter, his strength would increase tremendously. However, the Demon God chapter wouldn't be taught to others so easily. He had to find out more about it. At this moment, Sima Wenjing, you stinking bee asterisk tch. How dare you steal my man? Today is the day you die. The woman in green on the Battle Demon platform shouted in exasperation. Senior Sister Liang, I've already said that Senior Brother Wang only came to ask me about some cultivation matters. We have nothing to do with each other. The other woman in blue replied. Bullsh asterisk t. Senior Brother Wang's cultivation is so much higher than yours. How dare you use this excuse? The woman in green scolded. In the next moment, she directly attacked. Stinking bee asterisk teach. Go to hell, withering sword. The green-robed disciple swung his sword at Sima Wenjing. A green sword chi shot towards Sima Wenjing. Would attribute sword chi. Senior Sister Liang, since that's the case, I won't hold back. Water drop sword. The woman in blue didn't waste any more time and started to counterattack. She had a water attribute spirit, so her sword chi was slightly blue. Most importantly, wood was the bane of water, so she was weaker than her opponent in terms of attributes. However, there was no suspense in this battle. Bam! The two sword chis, one green and one blue, collided. However, after the collision, the sword chis of the woman in blue suddenly spread out like water. Droplets of sword chis shot towards the woman in green like a rain of bullets. Chapter 522. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin Bedevilment. What? The green-robed woman did not expect this, and her reaction was one step too slow. She was directly covered by this group of water droplets of sword chi, and was turned into a sieve on the spot. There were even 5 bloody holes on her face, and blood gushed out from the wounds like fountains. Dead. The entire arena was silent. Everyone knew that wood was the bane of water, but who would have thought that Liang Junki, who had the advantage in attributes, would be killed in one strike? One had to know that the difference in their realms wasn't big. Is that the dripping sword? Senior Sister Sima actually mastered the dripping sword? That's amazing. The dripping sword is the most common water attribute martial art. Many people know it, but not many are proficient in it. I remember that the strongest user of the dripping sword is Elder Shui. I didn't expect Senior Sister Sima to have mastered it. Nonsense. Senior Sister Sima is Elder Shui's disciple. Unfortunately, Senior Sister Sima hasn't been bedeviled yet. I've seen Elder Shui use it once. A single sword chi can turn into thousands of water droplets. Ordinary people can't block it at all. Although the dripping sword is powerful, Liang Junki isn't weak either. In terms of attributes, Liang Junki has the advantage. He was careless and ended up like this. Even bedevilment didn't work. Senior Sister Liang had a good time with Senior Brother Wang. Now that she's dead, Senior Brother Wang. A group of 1,000 demon sex disciples were discussing in private. Some of them were even fantasizing if they were the ones on the stage just now. Would they be able to block that sword? Yixian was also stunned. It seemed that every attribute had its own advantages. If the wood attribute hit the body, it would have a withered effect. At the same time, the wood attribute chi could heal injuries. It was very good. The water attribute chi could also heal injuries and had a myriad of changes. When fighting with a water attribute martial artist, one couldn't be careless. Otherwise, one would die miserably. Yixian estimated in his heart. If he was the one standing there just now, he wouldn't be able to block that attack. Strong. At this moment, Sima Wenjing silently walked to Liang Junki's corpse and gently covered his eyes. Then she took off the universe ring. Since the battle was over, many people immediately dispersed. Then Yixian flew down. He was here to accept the challenge today. Stinking brat, you really came. A coarse voice rang out. The brawny man from 3 days ago descended from the sky. It had only been 3 days, so he naturally did not think that Yixian had already mastered the bedevilment chapter. Cut the crap and apply. Yixian was too lazy to talk to him. He walked directly to the administrator of the Battle Devil platform. The administrator of the Battle Devil platform, the old man from 3 days ago, shook his head helplessly when he saw Yixian. "Sai, you were too impulsive. If you had cultivated for another year and learned the bedevilment chapter, you would have been able to fight him." These words were somewhat unpleasant to the ears of the burly man, but he did not dare to refute. After all, this old man was an elder of the 1,000 Demon sect, and he could kill him with a single finger. "This brat won't die." Yixian smiled faintly. "Humph!" The burly man snorted coldly. "Sai, go ahead. Battle Devil Platform number 1. The old man shook his head. Shortly after, Yixian and the burly man stepped onto the Battle Devil platform. When Yixian flew onto the Battle Devil platform, the burly man took out a large blade and said coldly, "Brat, don't you dare to land on the ground?" Yixian had not landed on the ground yet, so he could admit defeat. However, he was never afraid of the burly man, so why would he admit defeat? Hee, why wouldn't I dare? Yixian landed on the Battle Devil platform with a pa sound. "Good guts. I thought you would kneel down and beg me." The burly man narrowed his eyes. "Don't worry. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not spare your life." Yixian continued to smile. "You are courting death." When Yixian finished speaking, he shouted and slashed a golden sword chi towards Yixian. Metal attribute. Metal attribute true chi was extremely powerful, much more powerful than fire attribute true chi. However, one should not forget that Yixian was of the earth attribute, and earth countered metal. Earth-splitting sword. A brownish-yellow sword chi collided with the golden sword chi. Bang! The two sword chi collided and instantly exploded. The burly man's attribute true chi had already reached 5 points. Although he was countered by the earth attribute true chi, his true chi was stronger than Yixian's. It's actually a draw. This brat's martial arts attainment is very high. The spectators were not fools. Yixian's cultivation base was lower than the burly man's, and the difference in their weapons was not large. Therefore, the only explanation was that his martial arts attainment was higher. Yixian's earth-splitting sword had reached 80% proficiency, while the burly man's martial arts was only at 50% proficiency. This was the difference between them. Humph, even if I don't use Bahuang, the difference is not large. See if I don't kill you." Yixian narrowed his eyes and slashed out another earth-splitting sword. Although his attribute conversion was only at 2 points, which was lower than the burly man's in both quantity and strength, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. The earth attribute true chi that had been consumed by the first earth-splitting sword had already been replenished, but the burly man had not. Bang! 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 Yixian stood in place and exchanged blows with the burly man. He did not even use Dragon War Stomp. The burly man was also on guard, and the metal attribute true chi in his body was quickly depleted. However, in the next moment, he discovered that Yixian's attack speed seemed to be even faster than his. Other than dealing with his attack, Yixian actually still had the strength to swing the earth-splitting sword towards the ground, causing him to have no choice but to dodge. He moved. Cho Dashin actually moved. Cho Dashin can't beat that brat in a head-on clash? That's strange. Although Cho Dashin's metal attribute is restrained, it shouldn't be so weak. Is that brat's martial arts attainment really that high? That's the earth-splitting sword. I learned it before, but due to the wrong attribute, my mastery was only 20%. I didn't expect this martial art to be so sinister after mastering it. Everyone was shocked. The old man below the Battle Demon platform was also shocked. He did not expect that he would be wrong again. This was the second time. Not only that, but Sima Wenjing was also the same. She originally wanted to leave, but coincidentally, there was a battle to the death, so she stayed. At this time, the situation on the platform changed. Bedevilment. Cho Dashin used the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Everyone had a gloating expression. From the beginning, they thought that Cho Dashin would not lose, because Cho Dashin had spent 2 years learning the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Yixian, on the other hand, had just entered the 1,000 Demon sect. TSK. I heard that this brat made an agreement with Cho-Dashin 3 days ago to enter the Thousand Demon Cliff to cultivate the bedevilment technique. Now that 3 days have passed, I wonder if he has learned it? Someone couldn't help but say with a mocking tone. However, at this time on the Battle Demon platform. Chapter 523. Chapter 523. Chapter 523. You, Re, the only one who can be bewitched? Are you the only one who can be bewitched? Yishen sneered and roared towards the sky. Immediately after, his eyes turned black. When the last bit of white was drowned out, the entire audience was shocked once again. How is this possible? How could he be bewitched? Who the F***CK said that this brat only entered my Thousand Demons sect 3 days ago. Could it be that he learned the bewitched technique within 3 days? What kind of joke is this? Even if it's 3 months, it's still impossible. But everyone knows the situation at the Thousand Demons Cliff. Those who tried to copy it were all killed by the elders on the spot. The surrounding hundreds of disciples of the Thousand Demons sect were all tongue-tied. They were unable to come to a conclusion. At this moment, Cho-Dashin realized who he had provoked. To be able to learn the bewitched technique within 3 days, he was definitely the #1 genius in thousands of years. He would definitely be taken in as a disciple by the experts of the Thousand Demons sect. However, at this moment he and Yishen were standing on the Battle Demon stage. Either he died or Yishen died. Therefore, no matter what, he had to kill Yishen. Brat! Go to hell! Cho-Dashin roared. But at this moment, ding, the proficiency of the earth-splitting sword has increased. It is currently at 90%. The system notification came at the right time. It's about time. You should go now. Yishen narrowed his eyes as he crazily attacked with his top-grade heaven artifact. His attack speed was at least twice as fast as before. Not only that, from the beginning until now, Yishen had not used the War Dragon Stomp. Now it was time for him to use it. War Dragon's 8 steps. Earth-splitting sword. Yishen's figure flashed, and in an instant, he used the War Dragon's 8 steps several times, shattering the feet of the big man not far away. Crack. In the end, the big man was unable to dodge this move. With the bones in his feet shattered, he directly fell to the ground. Previously, he had seen how Yishen killed people. He immediately slapped the ground in front of him and used his true chi to fly into the sky. However, just as his body flew up, a few slashes suddenly broke through the ground in the arena. Rip, rip, rip. A few crisp sounds entered everyone's ears. They focused their eyes and found that the burly man's neck and arms had been cut open. The wounds were instantly petrified, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. Kacha! The big man's head fell to the ground. Even though he was petrified and smashed to the ground, no blood flowed out. After he died, Yishen slowly walked over and took his interspatial ring. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 3 points. After hearing the notification, Yishen's true chi decreased slightly and turned into Earth attribute true chi. This, Cho-Dashin was actually killed by a brat who just entered the sect? It's too fake. Cho-Dashin's attributes were converted by half, but he was actually killed. That's not the main point. The main point is that this brat managed to learn the bedevilment chapter in 3 days. I spent 3 months in the Myriad Demons Cliff and only managed to comprehend the 3rd mural. All the disciples of the Myriad Demons sect couldn't believe their eyes. The old man below the Battle Devil stage and Sima Wenjing were also the same. He just entered the Myriad Demons sect 3 days ago, but he managed to learn the bedevilment chapter? Sima Wenjing's eyes widened. She had also entered the Myriad Demons Cliff to study for half a year, but she didn't manage to learn the bedevilment chapter. However, Yishen managed to learn it in 3 days. Anyone who saw this would doubt their own aptitude. At this time, Yishen suddenly flew up from the arena and disappeared from everyone's sight. 2 points of attribute conversion, and he managed to convert 5 points of attribute. If I were to use the Bahuang sword and add it to my current 3 points of attribute conversion, I should be able to convert less than 10 points of attribute conversion. Yishen thought to himself as he flew. Unfortunately, he couldn't take out the Bahuang sword because the administrator of the Battle Devil stage was very strong. He might have heard of the Void Divine Weapon. Originally, he wanted to leave the Myriad Demons sect after learning the Bedevilment chapter and never return. However, he decided to stay because he heard about the Demonic God chapter. After all, the Myriad Demons sect was established by a Void God Realm expert. Although it had declined and didn't have a single Void God Realm expert, it was still a peak power in a high-grade territory. In this place, Yi Xian would be able to improve himself. Previously, when he entered the Myriad Demons sect, he had to fight to the death on the Battle Devil stage, so he didn't even find a place to stay. Now, he was going to find a place to stay. However, there were many disciples of the Thousand Demons sect following behind him. At the same time, the administrator of the Battle Devil stage also disappeared. He had to report this matter to the upper echelons of the Myriad Demons sect. Soon, he found a place to stay and settled down. Junior brother, please wait. Junior brother, teach us some of your experience. Senior brother, can you follow me to the Myriad Demons Cliff and teach us how to learn the Bedevilment chapter of the Tao Heart Devil Seed Law? As expected, most of the disciples who followed him didn't learn the Bedevilment chapter and wanted Yi Xian to teach them some of his experience. In fact, if he wanted to teach them, it wasn't impossible. After all, the Bedevilment chapter of the Tao Heart Devil Seed Law had been copied into the devouring system. As long as he wanted to, he could copy it out again. However, if the Myriad Demons sect found out about this, his tendons would be pulled out and used as shoelaces. Senior brothers, I'm sorry. It was just a coincidence. I don't remember anything about the Bedevilment chapter at all. I hope you can forgive me. Before Yi Xian entered the house, he turned around and cupped his fists. When the disciples heard this, they shook their heads helplessly. After all, they had been to the Myriad Demons Cliff and had forgotten everything after coming out of the cave. They only remembered that the Bedevilment chapter was written on the stone wall. However, many of them still waited outside Yi Xian's house. They wanted Yi Xian to enter the Myriad Demons Cliff again. Who knows, he might give them more experience. At the same time, in the Myriad Magic Hall at the peak of the Myriad Demons sect. Elder Song, is what you said true? He learned the Bedevilment chapter in 3 days? A long-haired middle-aged man asked in shock. He was the current sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect. Standing in front of him was the administrator of the Battle Devil stage, Elder Song. Sect leader, it's absolutely true. That brat is new and had a battle with someone 3 days later on the Battle Devil stage. 3 days later, he actually learned the Bedevilment chapter and killed his opponent with ease. Elder Song nodded solemnly. Are you sure? The sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect asked again. It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes and there were hundreds of disciples watching. Elder Song nodded again. Chapter 524. Sect leader? This old man thinks so too. After all, the Myriad Demon Cliff is protected by a formation set up by the founder, and there are many elders watching over there. It's impossible for anyone to bring the Bedevilment scripture out, Elder Song said. That's right. Our Myriad Demon sect has been established for thousands of years, and there has never been a case of the Tao Heart Bedevilment scripture being leaked. Otherwise, our Myriad Demon sect wouldn't have much of an advantage over the other sections. The Thousand Demon sect's sect leader nodded. Elder Song, go and call that brat over. Yes, sect leader. Elder Song respectfully retreated and left. After rejecting so many people's requests, Yi Xian stayed in his own room. He didn't need to cultivate, he just needed to wait for someone. Today, he used the Tao Heart Bedevilment scripture in such a high-profile manner to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Myriad Demon sect. At that time, it would be best if he could comprehend the Demon God scripture. As long as he could comprehend the Demon God scripture, he would leave the Myriad Demon sect. Outside his residence, there were still hundreds of Myriad Demon sect disciples who were unwilling to give up. These people didn't dare to barge into Yi Xian's residence. After all, the Myriad Demon sect had its own rules. Most importantly, they knew that the higher-ups of the Myriad Demon sect would definitely notice Yi Xian. Sure enough, after they had observed for a while, an elder flew through the air and arrived at the scene. It's Elder Song. All of the disciples recognized the person who had just arrived. The Battle Devil platform was the most popular place in the Myriad Demon sect. Almost all the disciples knew the administrator of the Battle Devil platform. From this, it could be seen that Elder Song's position in the Myriad Demon sect wasn't low. What are you looking at? Scram back to cultivate. Disperse. Elder Song shouted. Although he didn't know where Yixin lived, he could find it from the eyes of these people. The hundreds of Myriad Demon sect disciples could only shake their heads helplessly and leave. However, there were still some people watching from afar. After Elder Song arrived, he directly landed in Yi Xian's courtyard. When Yi Xian heard the sound, he smiled faintly and opened the door. "Senior, this is..." Yi Xian purposely pretended not to know. "The sect master wants to see you. Come with me." Elder Song went straight to the point. "Sect leader?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his plan had succeeded. However, this was also within his expectations. Learning the bedevilment technique in 3 days, how could the sect master not be shaken? "Let's go." With that, Elder Song turned around and left. Yi Xian quickly followed after him. Perhaps the Thousand Devil sect leader was prepared to accept him as a disciple. At that time, he would be considered to have soared into the sky. When his strength increased, it would be time for him to leave. In the end, the demon sect was just a springboard for him. "Brat, did you really only learn the bedevilment chapter in 3 days?" On the way to the Myriad Magic Hall, Elder Song couldn't help but ask. "This kid is just lucky," Yi Xian said humbly. He did not think that he was very powerful because everything he had was due to the devouring system. If he didn't have the devouring system, he would still be a cripple. If he were to comprehend the bedevilment chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique, he would probably need years to comprehend it. "My Thousand Devil sect has been established for more than 5,000 years, and the same goes for the Thousand Devil Cliff. However, in the history of my Thousand Devil sect, the fastest genius to learn the bedevilment chapter took more than a month, but you only took 3 days. That's unbelievable," Elder Song said in shock. When this kid was comprehending it, he suddenly had an epiphany. "That's how I learned it," Yi Xian said casually. "All right, don't be so humble. Have you heard of the 3rd layer of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique?" Elder Song asked. "Yes," Yi Xian nodded. He just found out about it. If it wasn't for the Demon God chapter, he would have left long ago. Elder Song continued. "The Tao Heart Demon Seed technique was created by the founder of my Thousand Devil sect. There are 3 layers in total. The first layer is the Demon Seed chapter, the second layer is the Bedevilment chapter, and the third layer is called the Demon God chapter. As far as I know, there are more than 1,000 disciples in my Thousand Devil sect who have fallen into the Demon God chapter. However, there are less than 10 disciples and elders who have comprehended the Demon God chapter. Your aptitude is not bad. In the future, when your strength grows, the sect leader might let you comprehend the Demon God chapter." After hearing Elder Song's words, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The reason why he stayed in the Thousand Devil sect was because he wanted to learn the Demon God chapter. However, from Elder Song's words, he could tell that the Demon God chapter had a requirement of strength. Not everyone could comprehend it. Not everyone can learn the Demon God chapter. If your strength is not enough, you will explode and die just by looking at it, not to mention comprehending it. Therefore, as long as your strength is enough, the sect leader will definitely let you comprehend the Demon God chapter," Elder Song said. Yi Xian nodded silently. Although Elder Song didn't say what realm he needed to reach, he understood that he was still far from it. Therefore, he didn't ask anymore. It seemed that he still had to stay in the Thousand Devil sect for a while. After following behind Elder Song for a while, Yi Xian saw a dazzling hall. At the entrance of the hall, there were 2 demons tied up. Before Yi Xian even got close, he felt a strong sense of oppression that made him feel like he couldn't break through. So strong. I'm afraid their strength is 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than the Demon Lord. Yi Xian's heart palpitated. Although Elder Song was strong, he could suppress his aura. However, these 2 demons didn't suppress their aura at all. They were the most powerful non-human creatures Yi Xian had ever seen. Elder Song, these 2 demons are... Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. These 2 demons were both humans when they were alive. One was the previous Thousand Devil sect leader, and the other was the current sect leader's disciple. The former entered Qi deviation because of the Demon God chapter, while the latter entered Qi deviation because he forcefully comprehended the Demon God chapter, Elder Song explained. The previous Thousand Devil sect leader and the current sect leader's disciple? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "Didn't they say that after turning into a demon, they can still maintain their rationality?" "That's true, but they comprehended the Demon God chapter created by the Void God Realm ancestor. If they took a wrong path in their cultivation, they would end up like this. Even their consciousness would be erased." Elder Song nodded. "The Demon God chapter is so terrifying?" Yi Xian was a little shocked. "Yes, over the years, many disciples have turned into mindless demons that only know how to kill. That's why the sect leader strictly limited the number of people who can comprehend the Demon God chapter." Elder Song nodded and landed in front of the hall. Yi Xian landed behind him and looked around. When he saw the demons that were only 10 meters away from him, he couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 525. Heart Demon Oath. Let's go. The Sovereign is inside. Elder Song led Yi Xian into the Myriad Magic Hall. A middle-aged man with long hair was already standing in the center of the magic hall. He was the Myriad Demon Sect's sovereign. "Greetings, Sovereign." Yi Xian hurried to greet him. With his hands behind his back, the sovereign turned around and asked, "What's your name?" "Yi Xian. I heard that you only spent 3 days to learn the second stage of the Tao Heart Demon Seed Law, Bedevilment Chapter." The sovereign narrowed his eyes. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. At this time, the Thousand Devil Sect's patriarch spoke again. "Do you know, in the history of our Thousand Devil Sect, the fastest person to learn the Bedevilment Chapter took more than a month?" "I know." Yi Xian nodded again. He had heard about it from Elder Song just now. "I can't believe that you've been here for the past 3 days. I feel that you must have obtained the bedevilment scripture from somewhere. Do you dare to swear a heart demon oath?" The sect leader of the 10,000 Demon Sect stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Swear the heart demon oath. This was something that cultivators were most unwilling to do. Once they broke the oath or lied, the heart demon seed would rapidly expand. In the best-case scenario, their strength would stagnate, and in the worst-case scenario, their body would explode and they would die. That's really ruthless. Yi Xian had heard of the heart demon oath, but he could understand. After all, the bedevilment chapter was extremely important. It was the foundation of the Myriad Demon Sect's strength. "Disciple is willing." He nodded without hesitation and said, "Disciple Yi Xian swears that before entering the Myriad Demon Sect, I have only learned the demonic seed chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed Law. I have never learned the bedevilment chapter. If I lie, I will be punished by the heavens." Yi Xian's decisiveness dispelled the doubts in the Sovereign and Elder Song's hearts. "Very good. I believe that you have never learned the bedevilment chapter. You only spent 3 days in the Myriad Demon Cliff to learn it." The Sovereign's eyes lit up. Yi Xian's talent gave him hope. After the fall of the Nihility God Stage ancestor, the Thousand Demon Sect continued to decline. Originally, they had quite a few experts at the peak of the Spirit Stage, but now not a single one remained. At this moment, Elder Song suddenly said, "Sect Master, his aptitude is not bad. It's just that his earth attribute is a little off. Are you?" "No, I don't want to accept any more disciples. Just let him cultivate by himself in the sect," the Thousand Demon Sect leader said. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was a little disappointed. F***CK. I have such good qualifications in front of you, and you don't want to accept me? Even if he didn't accept it, he should at least give him something good, right? Yi Xian cursed the Thousand Demon Sect's sect leader 100 times in his heart. How could such a stingy person be a sect leader? Shameless. Ahem. All right? Elder Song nodded. Also, keep your mouth shut. Right now, the atmosphere in our sects is very tense. Don't let the other sects know about this. The Thousand Demon Sect's sect leader reminded. Yes. Elder Song replied. Then left the Thousand Magic Hall with Yi Xian. What a loss, what a loss. A super genius actually doesn't know what's good for him. What a waste. Yi Xian helplessly left the Thousand Magic Hall. Seeing his disappointed expression, Elder Song said, "You saw it too." The sect master's only disciple was forced to comprehend the demon god chapter and turned into a mindless demon. It's worse than going berserk. Yi Xian nodded. He naturally understood this. However, he didn't think much of it. Since they didn't want to accept him, then so be it. He had never been hungry before. "Brat, go and cultivate by yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Although this old man's strength isn't the best in the 1,000 Demon sect, it's more than enough to guide you. Also, it's best that you don't go out for the next few days. The outside world is very chaotic recently. Those so-called righteous sects are wantonly killing our disciples. Be careful." Elder Song reminded. This disciple understands. Yi Xian nodded. Ever since he cultivated the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique, his aura had changed. Ordinary people could feel it. After going berserk once, his demonic chi had increased even more. He couldn't restrain it even if he wanted to. However, it was still okay now. After all, there were many people in this world who cultivated demonic arts. Cultivating demonic arts wasn't a big deal. As long as one didn't use evil methods to cultivate, no one would care. However, there were some righteous sects who would kill anyone who cultivated demonic arts on sight. After Elder Song left, Yi Xian returned to his residence. Just as he entered, someone called out to him. "Junior brother, please wait." A gentle voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and found that the person who called out to him was Sima Wenjing, the one who killed her opponent in one strike on the Battle Demon stage. "Senior sister, is there a problem?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. He didn't have a good impression of Sima Wenjing because others said that Sima Wenjing seduced senior sister Liang's man. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Yi Xian didn't want to have anything to do with her. "Junior brother, you mastered the bedevilment technique in 3 days. Can you teach?" Sima Wenjing said. However, before she could finish, Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, "I'm sorry, senior sister. Junior brother has forgotten everything after leaving the Myriad Devil Cliff." "I know. However, I want to ask Junior brother to come with me to the Myriad Devil Cliff. Of course, I can give you some compensation. Moreover, you can cultivate beside me while I'm comprehending the technique," Sima Wenjing said. "I'm sorry. Junior brother is at the critical juncture of breaking through. I'm afraid he won't be able to help." Yi Xian refused. He could copy the bedevilment technique, but he didn't dare to do so in the Myriad Devil sect. After he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the room. However, in the next second, Sima Wenjing rushed up to him like an arrow. "Junior brother, if you don't agree, I won't leave," Sima Wenjing said firmly. Her actions almost made Yi Xian take out his Bahuang sword to counterattack. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't feel her killing intent. "Senior sister, don't you think it's a little inappropriate for you to do this? There seems to be a rule in the sect," Yi Xian said with a frown. "If you want to complain, then go ahead. In any case, I won't leave." Sima Wenjing didn't care. The sect's rule was to restrict disciples without any background. She was the direct disciple of an elder, so it wasn't a big deal for her to trespass on a disciple's residence. Yi Xian had a headache. He also heard that Sima Wenjing was an elder's disciple and that her strength wasn't bad. If he left, this Sima Wenjing would definitely follow him like a shadow, so it would be a bit difficult to deal with this. "Then I'll leave it to senior sister," Yi Xian said helplessly. He directly sat on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. What did he mean by he didn't need to cultivate because he was at the critical juncture of breaking through? That was just an excuse he made up. What he needed to do now was to wait and wear down Sima Wenjing's patience so that she would take the initiative to leave. Chapter 526. Trouble After Trouble. Sima Wenjing saw him sitting cross-legged on the bed and closed the door. Then, she sat at the door and refused to leave. The two of them were in the same room. The atmosphere was very awkward. After Yi Xian closed his eyes, he didn't open them again. Even if he had hemorrhoids, he didn't get up. He sat there for an entire day. "Senior sister, are you in there?" A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Sima Wenjing and Yi Xian opened their eyes at the same time. Then Sima Wenjing opened the door. A female disciple stood outside. She looked at Yi Xian, who was behind Sima Wenjing, with a strange expression, then said, "Senior sister, master is calling for you." Sima Wenjing couldn't help but turn around and look at Yi Xian. She said softly, "I'll be back." Then, she followed the female disciple and left. Phew, she's finally gone. Yi Xian sighed in relief. He didn't sleep at all that night. He was on guard against Sima Wenjing. He stretched his body and prepared to go out and take a look. The Thousand Demon sect didn't only have the battle demon platform. They had other things too. When Yi Xian walked out of his room and was about to leave, he noticed that there were quite a few people staring at him. Are they all unwilling to give up? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and ignored them. However, at this moment, "Stop!" A loud shout came. Yi Xian turned his head in shock and saw 3 figures flying over. Senior Brother Wufeng's men again? He immediately reacted and said, "Senior brothers, what's the matter?" "Humph." The man in the lead snorted and said, "What's the matter? Don't you know what's going on? You killed Qiu Dashan yesterday. Do you think you can get away with it?" They were indeed Senior Brother Wufeng's men. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "I fought that Qiu Dashan on the Battle Devil stage. He was not as skilled as I was, so he died at my hands." "What a good excuse. Follow me onto the Battle Demon platform," the leading man said coldly. His tone was extremely domineering, and he didn't allow Yi Xian to refuse at all. "What if I don't?" Yi Xian probed. "It's not up to you to refuse." The man in the lead didn't seem to care about the rules of the Thousand Demon sect. "Since that's the case, may I be so bold as to ask, what are the cultivation levels of the 3 senior brothers?" Yi Xian asked again. Although it was a little embarrassing to ask such a question, one could only win 100 battles by knowing one's own strength and the enemy's strength. It would be easier for him to respond if he asked the other party's realm first. "Humph, you killed Qiu Dashan, who only had half of his attribute conversion yesterday. You do have some ability. However, the strength of the 3 of us is not something that Qiu Dashan can compare to. Our attribute conversion has long surpassed 7 points. A green-clothed disciple behind the leader said, 7 points of attribute conversion. That was 7%, which was 4 points higher than Yi Xian. Yesterday, Yi Xian was able to defeat Qiu Dashan not only because of his superior martial arts, but also because Earth countered metal. However, the people he was going to face today might have different attributes. They might have the common fire attribute like the metal attribute which countered his Earth attribute. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of it. He should be able to deal with 7 points of attribute conversion. "All right, I'll go with you." Yi Xian immediately agreed. "How dare you? Let's go." The leader immediately turned around and flew away. Yi Xian followed closely behind. In Yi Xian's eyes, these 3 people were his stepping stones. They were the experience points he needed to level up. If he could successfully kill these 3 people, then he should be able to increase his attribute conversion to 4 points. Yi Xian followed behind the 3 people and soon arrived at the Battle Demon platform. The Thousand Demon sect was a sect that was crueler than the other sections. The internal competition was very serious. There were many cases of people killing their fellow disciples to increase their cultivation. Therefore, there were people watching the Battle Demon platform at all times. Every day, there would be one battle after another. There were even people who took root at the Battle Demon platform and cultivated there. When there were life and death battles, they would watch. Who knows, they might suddenly be enlightened and break through. "Oh? Is that brat again? That brat killed Qiu Dashan yesterday. Today, he's called to the Battle Demon platform again. How pitiful. How pitiful. Yesterday, he was taken away by Elder Song. I heard that he went to see the sect leader." "What? There's actually such a thing? Then these 3 people still dare to find trouble with him? What's there to be afraid of? The sect leader didn't take him as a disciple. Moreover, these 3 people are backed by Senior Brother Wufeng. Senior Brother Wufeng is backed by the Great Elder. The Great Elder doesn't even respect the sect leader." A group of disciples were discussing in private again. Xian followed behind the three of them and arrived in front of Elder Song. Elder Song saw Xian from afar. He also understood what was going on. However, the Thousand Demon sect was crueler than the other sections. If one wanted to become stronger, they had to step on countless corpses. Who's first? Elder Song's gaze fell on the three of them. Me. The green-clothed disciple who mocked Xian just now walked out. Then let's go to the first battle demon platform. Elder Song didn't say anything. He had a premonition that Xian would be able to defeat his opponent. After all, the genius who learned the bedevilment chapter in a month back then was able to kill gods and Buddhas who blocked his path. No one could stop him. Brat, you're dead meat. The green-clothed disciple mocked. Then, he took the initiative to jump onto the first battle demon platform. Xian took out a good quality heaven artifact and followed him. At this moment, he didn't know what a tribute this green-clothed disciple's spirit was, so he had to be cautious. Yesterday, Cho Dashin died in your hands because of carelessness. Today I won't fall into your trap. The green-clothed disciple said coldly. He had heard of Xian's two sinister martial arts. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk so much nonsense, senior brother. Xian deliberately emphasized the last two words. Although he called him senior brother, his tone was full of ridicule. The green-clothed disciple's face sank. Since you want to die so quickly, then I'll fulfill your wish. Show. A fiery red sword chi attacked. Fire attribute. Fire countered earth. Xian's earth attribute was countered. Yesterday, Cho Dashin's metal attribute was countered by Xian. Today, Xian's earth attribute was countered by the green-clothed disciple's fire attribute. In addition, the green-clothed disciple was prepared. His realm was higher than Xian's, so this battle wasn't going to be easy. My advantage is only in my martial arts attainment. Moreover, my opponent's martial arts are of higher quality than my sword of Earth Splitter and Battle Dragon Stomp. I don't have much of an advantage. Xian squinted his eyes. If that was the case, he would try his best not to clash head-on with his opponent. After all, the fire attribute countered his earth attribute. Moreover, the fire attribute was ranked second among the 5 elements. Battle Dragon Stomp. Sword of Earth Splitter. Pong! 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 Chapter 527. To be possessed by the devil. Unfortunately, the green-robed disciple was already on guard and was flying at a low altitude. His feet were not on the ground, so the Battle Dragon Stomp had no effect on him. Xian's only advantage now was his speed. His opponent was flying at a low altitude, and Xian had mastered the Battle Dragon Stomp and 3 agility advancements, so his speed was off the charts. Show! 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 The green-robed disciple's fiery red chi was very fast, but Xian was even faster. As long as this attack could not hit him, what was the point of it being so strong? So fast! The green-robed disciple's expression had already sunk to the bottom. At this moment, Xian's earth-shattering sword had already surged out from the ground like a volcano erupting. Flame armor! The green-robed disciple hurriedly circulated the energy of heaven and earth and condensed a layer of flame around him. The earth-shattering sword crashed into this layer of defense and was instantly destroyed. Fire restrained earth, so Xian's fire was just a little bit weaker. Since the quality is not enough, then I'll use quantity to make up for it. Earth-shattering sword. Xian moved around while crazily using the earth-shattering sword. His attack speed was exactly twice that of his opponent's. The green-robed disciple could slash out 5 times, but Xian could slash out 10 times. Although the former's flame defense was a little strong, Xian's 10 slashes were enough to break through his flame defense. This was a battle of attrition. In terms of attrition, Xian was not afraid of anyone. The two of them clashed for more than 10 seconds, and the green-robed disciple had already used up half of his fire-attributed chi. Damn it! Why is this brat so fast? He's clearly just a piece of trash. My goal is to comprehend the Demon God chapter. The green-robed disciple thought to himself and directly used the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique. Demon Transformation chapter. He's possessed, he's possessed. What are you shouting for? Won't that brat be possessed too? It's too scary. This brat has just joined the Thousand Demon sect, but he can already defeat an older disciple. If he's allowed to grow, won't he surpass the peak senior brothers in the sect? Let's see if he can kill his opponent first. In the arena, the eyes of the green-robed disciple turned pitch black, without a single trace of color, like a black hole in the night sky. At the same time, Yi Xian was the same. His aura began to skyrocket, and his entire body was wrapped in a dark demonic aura. He was like a god of death. Fight! Yi Xian roared and attacked even faster than before. Boom! 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 One after another, the earth-shattering swords flew towards the green-robed disciple, only to be destroyed by his flame defense. But don't forget, Yi Xian's elemental qi wasn't worth much, and his opponent's elemental qi was only of the fire attribute, not the wood attribute. The green-robed disciple was beaten to the point where he had no power to fight back. He could only passively defend, and his fire attribute qi was quickly consumed. Damn it! Damn it! The green-robed disciple cursed in his heart. According to his estimation, Yi Xian should have used up all of his true qi long ago. How was he still able to hold on until now? One had to know that he only had a third of his elemental qi left. He wasn't the only one who realized this. So did the others. Yi Xian's elemental qi had far exceeded warriors of the same level. What's going on with this kid? Could it be that his martial arts consumed very little elemental qi? The higher one's martial arts attainment is, the less elemental qi is consumed. Could it be that he has reached 100% mastery? Maybe he has some trick up his sleeve. The surrounding disciples were aghast. They didn't have much elemental qi left. If they could reduce their consumption, they could increase the duration of the battle, which could be considered a disguised increase in strength. But how could they know that Yi Xian had the sacred tree of life bloodline that allowed him to recover quickly? At this time, the battle was nearing its end. The green-robed disciple's fire attribute qi was almost depleted before he could even hit Yi Xian. When the elemental qi was depleted, the battle strength would be greatly reduced. Using ordinary qi to use elemental martial arts would not be as powerful as before. Haha! Prepare to die! Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Although using a method of depletion was a little shameless, it was also a strategy. As long as he could win, no one would say anything even if he used hidden weapons or poison. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. Pong! When the green-robed disciple's flame defense was shattered, the fire attribute qi in his body was also depleted. Now, he could only use ordinary qi. He sensed danger and smelled the scent of death. However, he knew where he was at. Battle Devil Platform. Thousand Demon Sect's Battle Devil Platform. The Battle Devil Platform's rules were that as long as two people's feet landed on the platform, one of them had to die. If anyone violated the rules, they would be personally killed by the administrator of the Battle Devil Platform, which was that elder song. Ah! I'll fight it out with you. The green-robed disciple roared loudly. His entire aura changed again. Wow, he was bedeviled just now. This time he really went berserk. Amazing! This is the first time I've seen someone go berserk. It seems that even if he doesn't die, he will be locked up in the Thousand Demon Pagoda. TSK, TSK, TSK. Don't be impatient. People like us who cultivate demonic arts can easily go berserk if we take the wrong path. A group of Thousand Demon Sect's disciples were gloating. They wanted nothing more than for the world to be in chaos. Seeing this, Elder Song also prepared to make a move. That was because one would lose their rationality if they went berserk. They might even casually attack other disciples. The other two disciples were also shocked. They originally thought that the green-robed disciple was enough to deal with Yi Xian. However, they didn't expect that Yi Xian would be completely fine. On the other hand, their companion was forced to the point of going berserk. This slap in the face was too resounding. Brat, die! The green-robed disciple who went berserk roared loudly. At this moment, what he wanted to do the most was to cut Yi Xian into 8 pieces, then peel off his skin, bones, and tendons before turning him into a corpse. In his eyes, Yi Xian was like a demon who killed his father and raped his wife. So what if you've gone berserk? Can you still be revived? Die for me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In an instant, he slashed out several earth-shattering swords. The earth-shattering swords sank into the ground and quickly swept to the green-robed disciple's feet. Pong! 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 The green-robed disciple, Su Rian, went berserk. However, his battle awareness was still there. Unfortunately, he no longer had the ability to block all the attacks. Rip! The green-robed disciple's arms and thighs were instantly petrified by the earth attribute True Qi. At this moment, another earth-shattering sword rose up and slashed at his petrified body. Kacha! The green-robed disciple's thighs instantly shattered, separated from his body, and fell to the ground. Chapter 528. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio 1 vs. 2 Thud. When the green-robed disciple's corpse smashed onto the Battle Devil stage, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Dead? They watched as Yi Xian walked over and took the green-robed disciple's yin and yang ring. Oh, just a little more. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. There were many things in the yin and yang ring, but he still needed a little more to convert his attributes to 4%. He had won the first round, so it was time for the second round. He flew to the bottom of the platform. Elder Song smiled and said, "Men, go and clean up the Battle Devil stage." This round was very intense, and the Battle Demon platform was a mess. As soon as Elder Song gave the order, some disciples rushed to the platform to clean up the corpses and repair the Battle Demon platform. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at the other two disciples and said, "Who's next?" He still needed a little more to level up. As long as he dealt with these two, he would definitely be able to break through. However, after seeing Yi Xian's strength, the two of them were a little afraid. Even the green-robed disciple who countered Yi Xian's earth attribute had died at the hands of Yi Xian. If the two of them went up, wouldn't they end up the same? How dare you? You actually dare to kill senior brother winless people? The leader of the group shouted angrily. Can you say something more meaningful? For example, let's have a round? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, the two of them trembled violently. They were not confident that they could beat Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had just fought a round, so he must have used up a lot of his attribute True Qi. If they went up now, they would definitely have an advantage. However, when they thought of Yi Xian's attribute True Qi, which was much stronger than others of the same level, they cowered again. How about this? Since you don't dare to fight me one-on-one, why don't you come together? I, Yi Xian, will take you on alone. Yi Xian suddenly said. What? When these words fell into the ears of the surrounding people, they were once again shocked. This time, Yi Xian actually wanted to go one-on-two. When the 2,000 demon sect disciples heard this, they looked at each other and immediately revealed crafty smiles. They wondered if Yi Xian had gone mad as well. After an intense battle, he actually wanted to go 1-against-2 in the second round. If he wasn't possessed, then he was definitely a fool. This Elder Song, who was standing at the side, was stunned. It was possible to fight 1-against-2 on the Battle Devil stage, but Yi Xian had already fought once. You two, to think that you're my 1,000 demon sects disciples and my senior brothers. Don't you even have this bit of courage? Yi Xian couldn't help but provoke them. What did you say? The leader immediately became furious. Another disciple in black also angrily rebuked. Fine. Since you want to die so much, I'll accept it. Awesome. Yi Xian revealed a crafty smile and walked in front of Elder Song to register. Fine. Elder Song shook his head. He was the administrator of the Battle Devil stage. As long as both sides agreed, he didn't have the authority to interfere. Although Yi Xian's aptitude was very good, if he died, he wouldn't be considered a genius. He would only be considered a person with good luck. After Elder Song registered, he said, Go to the second Battle Devil stage. The rules are the same. Thank you, Elder. After Yi Xian spoke, he actually took the lead and flew towards the Battle Devil stage. The other two hurriedly followed him. There's going to be a good show. This brat actually dares to go 1-against-2. Maybe he has the strength. Let's see if anyone wants to bet. Me. I'll be the banker. I'll bet 10 water spirit fruits on that brat. I'll bet 3 fire spirit fruits on those 2. The surrounding 1,000 demon sect's disciples immediately became interested. Their bet was a spirit fruit. This was a precious item for a spirit essence stage martial artist. A single spirit fruit could allow a peak heaven vein stage martial artist to break through to the spirit realm. However, for spirit stage warriors like them, it wasn't much. After all, the effects of the spirit fruit would decrease towards the end. Furthermore, the time required to refine the spirit fruit would also increase greatly. If it wasn't for Yi Xian devouring everything, he would have wanted to bet on himself. Unfortunately, he didn't have anything good left. He was only left with the fire spirit. Even if one reached the spirit stage, there would still be people fighting over a spirit beast like the fire spirit. After he snatched the fire spirit, the entire South Peace City was in an uproar. This was because as long as one could sign a contract with the fire spirit, they would at least be able to break through to the spirit stage. Yi Xian and the other 2 people both landed on the battle devil stage. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Yi Xian immediately said, "Senior brothers, let's not waste time. Let's begin. You're courting death." Yi Xian's tone made the leading man extremely angry. He immediately launched an attack. The other black-clothed disciple also did the same. Although it was 2 against 1, this was the battle devil stage. Over the years, there had been many cases of the weak winning against the strong. They couldn't fall like the previous person. One is wood and the other is metal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There was no conflict between wood and earth. Furthermore, his earth was able to restrain the leading man's metal attribute qi. Battle Dragon's 8 stacks. In an instant, Yi Xian erupted with extreme speed and dodged the 2 people's attacks. If he wanted to win this battle, he would need to use the same method. That was guerrilla warfare. However, guerrilla warfare wasn't that easy. Bedevilment. When the leading man saw that his first attack had failed, he immediately used the Dao Heart Devil Seed Technique's bedevilment technique. His strength instantly soared. Damn, I'll do it too. Bedevilment. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and entered bedevilment once again. Demonic qi wrapped around his body and his aura soared. The Dao Heart Devil Seed Technique's bedevilment technique consumed a lot of qi. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. Even the leading man could only enter bedevilment twice in a row. However, when Yi Xian was conversing, the non-attribute qi and earth attribute qi in his body had already recovered to their peak. The 2 of them instantly entered bedevilment as 2 monstrous demonic qi spread out. Bang! 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 The leading man and the black-clothed disciple attacked crazily. The former assisted while the latter assisted. Their cooperation was perfect. However, Yi Xian's speed still greatly surpassed theirs. Dragon slaying 8 stacks. Sort of earth-splitting. With the 2 martial arts working together, Yi Xian still had some advantage. The reason why he challenged 2 people at once, other than because he was about to break through, was also because he needed to train his martial arts. The Sword of Earth-Splitting had already reached 90% completion, and the Battle Dragon Stomp had reached 80% completion. As long as either of these 2 martial arts improved, he would be able to win. Even if he couldn't improve, it didn't matter. In any case, these 2 people couldn't catch up to him, right? If they couldn't catch up to him, it meant that they weren't a threat to him. However, he could use the sacred tree of life's bloodline to increase his advantage until he killed the 2 of them. Damn trash, you run pretty fast. Chapter 529. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin Senior Brother Wintless. Damn trash. You sure run fast. The man who was already possessed gritted his teeth in anger. He realized that Yi Xian was much stronger than before. So much so that the 2 of them couldn't do anything to Yi Xian even if they worked together. More than 10 seconds had passed since the start of the battle. Yi Xian relied on his extremely high martial arts attainments and speed to run quickly on the battle demon stage. Almost there. Almost there. I feel like I'm about to break through. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he ran wildly, as if he was one with the earth. On the ground, it was as if he was an invincible existence. Breakthrough, breakthrough for me. Yi Xian roared towards the sky. Pa! Ding, the proficiency of Battle Dragon Stomp has increased. Current proficiency is at 90%. Finally, the battle dragon stomp finally broke through and reached 90% proficiency. Haha! Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. The earth-shattering sword was enhanced by the earth attribute and sword saint bloodline. Although the battle dragon stomp only had an earth attribute enhancement, he was very fond of this martial art. Practicing it was like playing around, which was why he was able to reach the same level as the earth-shattering sword. The enhancement of the battle dragon stomp caused Yi Xian's speed to increase sharply. In addition to the speed enhancement, his entire body seemed to be flying. One had to know that he wasn't using Imperial air flight. So fast, this brat actually broke through in the middle of the battle. So strong. The entire stage is shaking. I didn't expect the earth attribute to be so strong. No wonder it's so rare. The group of people were dumbfounded. Exceeding one's limits in a battle was a common thing, but there weren't many people who could actually do it. Yi Xian was one of them. I broke through. Now you can die for me. Yi Xian shouted and directly rushed towards the black-clothed disciple. Yi Xian's breakthrough came very suddenly. The black-clothed disciple was originally the closest to him, but after he broke through, the black-clothed disciple was stunned and couldn't react. Die! He suddenly accelerated and rushed in front of the black-clothed disciple, then easily chopped off his head. Death! As the black-robed disciple's head flew into the air, his interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 4 points. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's Earth attribute true energy increased in strength and quantity. This change was enough to determine the outcome of this battle. Your dead meat earth-shattering sword. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head to look at the leader and started attacking the floor madly. Show! 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 The leader resisted with great difficulty. Yi Xian was of the earth attribute while he was of the metal attribute. Therefore, Yi Xian's earth attribute Jinqi would deal additional damage. If it had been a one-on-one battle between him and Yi Xian in the first round, he wouldn't have been able to beat Yi Xian. Now that he had broken through twice in a row, he was destined to lose. Swish! Suddenly, a cold light shot out from the floor behind the leader, directly cutting off his head. Death! 1 against 2. Yi Xian successfully killed both of them. The spectating disciples were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Yi Xian's aptitude had probably surpassed all of them. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. How terrifying! He broke through twice in a single battle. Once in martial arts and once in realm. Is this kid a freak? Many people thought so in their hearts. Their gazes gathered on Yi Xian. However, just as Yi Xian landed outside the Battle Devil platform, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, an angry roar sounded. Kid, you're courting death. Everyone turned their heads to look, and when they saw the appearance of the person who had arrived, they were greatly shocked. Then, they revealed expressions of schadenfreude, because the person who had arrived at this moment was senior brother Wufeng. Who? Yi Xian turned his head in shock. He didn't recognize this senior brother Wufeng. However, he could feel that this person was very strong. He was probably 10 times stronger than the person he just killed. Wufeng quickly flew over and landed in front of Yi Xian. He fiercely said, "Bastard! Who gave you the guts to kill my Winless Alliance's people?" Winless Alliance? After hearing these 3 words, Yi Xian's brain quickly thought for a moment and reacted. Presumably, this was senior brother Wufeng. However, Yi Xian heard that senior brother Wufeng went to comprehend the Demon God chapter. Could it be that the Demon God chapter came out halfway? Who are you? Although he already guessed in his heart, Yi Xian still asked, "You dare to kill my Winless Alliance's people? Don't you know who I am?" Senior brother Wufeng opened his eyes wide. Could it be that you're senior brother Wufeng? Yi Xian pretended to ask. Humph. Senior brother Wufeng coldly snorted. His aura suddenly skyrocketed and pressed down on Yi Xian. Yi Xian only felt a powerful aura pressing down on him like a mountain. It pressed down on his chest and made his heart beat faster. So strong. At this time, Yi Xian finally felt Wufeng's true strength. The latter's attribute conversion had probably exceeded 15 points, or even 20 points. Elder Song couldn't watch anymore. He hurriedly poured out his true chi to bear the pressure. At the same time, he coldly shouted, "Wufeng, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Thousand Demon Sect just because you have the support of the Great Elder." Wufeng's strength was very strong. He was already close to 20 points of attribute conversion. The true chi in his body was vast and mighty. He was at the top of the Thousand Demon Sect's disciples. However, Elder Song was an elder after all. Moreover, he was the administrator of the Battle Demon stage. His strength far surpassed Wufeng's. "It's you again, old man." Wufeng glanced at Elder Song and secretly said in his heart. After Elder Song made his move, the pressure on Yi Xian's body instantly dissipated. Then, Wufeng retracted his aura and said, "Although the people who died were trash, they were still my Windless Alliance's people. However, they weren't qualified to be killed by a bastard like you." Windless Alliance was a small force in the Thousand Demon Sect. The leader was this Wufeng. It didn't matter if those 3 people with 7 points of attribute conversion died. However, they were still Windless Alliance's people. They were killed. How could Windless possibly look on and not stand up for them? Just kill them. Is there a need to be qualified? Yi Xian coldly smiled. "What did you say?" This sentence seemed to have touched senior brother Wufeng's G-spot. His aura couldn't help but leak out. "Are you going to bite me?" Yi Xian didn't care at all. A newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. If he was afraid of this and that, how could he achieve great things? "Brat, you're courting death." Senior brother Wufeng looked like he was about to make a move. With his realm, killing Yi Xian in an instant was a piece of cake. "Wufeng, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. If you dare to make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless." Elder Song was furious. The reason why he was angry wasn't because Wufeng wanted to kill Yi Xian, but because Wufeng relied on the support of the Thousand Demon Sect's Great Elder and ignored him. "Old man, I've been unhappy with you for a long time." Chapter 530. Demon God Phantom. "Old man, I've been annoyed with you for a long time." Windless directly roared and made a move in front of so many people. Whoosh! A golden sword chi swept towards Yi Xian. Its speed had already exceeded Yi Xian's reaction. Bang! Fortunately, this sword chi was blocked by Elder Song. "Good, you actually violated the sect rules. Today, I'll kill you on the spot." Elder Song also had a violent temper, but this was understandable. After all, he was an elder. How could he tolerate being ignored by a disciple? In an instant, this Elder Song and Windless were exchanging blows. Although the former's realm was higher than Windless, the latter's strength was not weak either. The two did not immediately decide the victor. Heavens! How can senior brother Windless be so strong? He can actually exchange blows with Elder Song. Senior brother Windless went to comprehend the Demon God chapter some time ago. Could it be that he learned it? Impossible. How can it be so fast? It must be that senior brother Windless was hiding his strength. No, it must be that when he was comprehending the Demon God chapter, he suddenly had a breakthrough. A group of disciples' faces were filled with astonishment. The elders of the Thousand Demon Sect had attribute conversion at least 25, and this Elder Song had even exceeded 30. However, Windless was actually able to exchange blows with him. This was enough to prove that Windless' aptitude was outstanding. Damn, so strong. I underestimated his strength. Yi Xian thought with lingering fear. If not for Elder Song just now, he would probably have died. How could he have thought that Windless was actually unrestrained to this extent? He actually ignored the elders and killed his own fellow disciples in the Thousand Demon Sect. At this time, Yi Xian thought of another problem. The Thousand Demon Sect's ancestor was in the Void God realm. He did not expect that after a few hundred years, he would actually decline to this extent. The elder's attribute conversion was only around 30. This was too bad. However, now was not the time to think about this problem. He was hesitating whether to retreat or not. Otherwise, if Elder Song could not block Windless, then he would be finished. "Old man, get out of my way!" Windless suddenly shouted loudly. His entire person's qi surged wildly. Black qi gushed out from his body, and then unexpectedly transformed into a black phantom. Demon God. Tao Heart Demon Seed Law, Demon God Chapter. Heavens, Senior Brother Winless actually succeeded. Demonic God Chapter. This is the Demonic God Chapter. Elder Song is doomed. Is there going to be a huge change in our Thousand Demon sect? Is Senior Brother Wufeng going to kill Elder Song? Elder Song's face darkened when he saw the Demon God Shadow. However, he could tell that the Demon God Shadow was not complete. It was only half complete. Therefore, this Winless did not master the Demon God Chapter. Winless, I'll let you experience what a true Demon God is. Elder Song narrowed his eyes as the demonic qi in his body surged out crazily, forming the shadow of a demon god. Furthermore, this fiend god phantom was even larger than Winless, and its aura was even stronger. Heavens! Elder Song actually knows the Demonic God Chapter. In our Thousand Demon sect, there seem to be no more than 10 people who have mastered the Demon God Chapter. I didn't expect Elder Song to be one of them. What 10? Actually, there are only 7. While the group of disciples were exclaiming, a figure was suddenly sent flying. It was actually Winless who used the Demon God Chapter. Bastard! How dare you ignore me? Courting death. Elder Song was furious and quickly rushed toward Winless, determined to kill him. However, at this moment another wave of monstrous demonic qi began to spread. Song Yi, you dare to touch my disciple? A furious roar spread out like thunder, falling into everyone's ears. Some of the weaker disciples suddenly felt dizzy and fell from the sky. F***CK. Not only them, even Yi Xian was the same. Fortunately, his willpower was still strong and reacted. When his vision recovered, he found that Elder Song had already started fighting with another person. This was a white-haired old man with a demon god shadow standing behind him. From his words, one could know that this white-haired old man was Winless Master, which was also an elder of the Thousand Demon sect. Winless violated the sect rules and attacked his fellow disciples in the Thousand Demon sect. I have reason to kill him on the spot. Head Elder, could it be that you want to violate the sect rules too? Elder Song's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Who do you think you are? My disciple doesn't need you to discipline. Don't use the sect rules to pressure me. Get lost. Head Elder roared. Winless was the most talented disciple under his command and was about to master the Demon God Chapter. How could he be killed by Elder Song like this? The two people's strength was very close, but Winless, who was sent flying by Elder Song, was now free. Stinking brat, go to hell. Winless crawled up from the ground and slashed at Yi Xian from afar. After using the Demon God Chapter, his strength skyrocketed. Before Yi Xian could react, this golden sword chi had already swept in front of him. But at this critical moment, another figure suddenly flashed in the air. Bang! This golden sword chi was about to hit Yi Xian's body, but it was defeated by another golden sword chi. However, the impact of the collision between the two true chis directly sent Yi Xian flying. Crack! Yi Xian heard the sound of his sternum shattering, but the blood of the sacred tree of life instantly began to heal his injuries. He turned his head and saw a man in black standing in the air. It was the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect. All of you stop! The sect master of the Thousand Demon sect shouted angrily. His voice was very familiar to everyone, and it was impossible for the head elder to hear it wrongly. Immediately, the first elder and Elder Song stopped fighting and quickly separated. Greetings, sect master. Elder Song withdrew the demon god phantom and respectfully greeted. However, the head elder did not move at all because his position was not below the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect. However, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. After all, the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect was the strongest person in the sect, and he could not defeat him now. At this moment, Elder Song took a step forward and cupped his fists. Sect Master Winless ignored the sect rules and attacked a fellow disciple. I have reason to kill him on the spot, but not only did the head elder not help, he even prepared to cover up. I understand. The sect master of the Thousand Demon sect narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Winless and the head elder. Winless, you disobeyed the sect rules and should have been killed on the spot. However, seeing that it was not easy for you to cultivate, I will punish you to go to the 1,000-demon cliff and face the wall for half a year. After half a year, you can continue to comprehend the demon god statue. This, Winless' heart trembled. Half a year, how could he wait for half a year? He was originally about to learn the demon god chapter, but now he was punished to go to the 1,000-demon cliff for half a year. How could he bear it? No! Not waiting for Winless to open his mouth, the great elder shouted loudly. Regarding the mutual restraint of the 5 elements, fire does not subdue metal. This is indeed Moonfall's negligence, and I apologize to everyone. Because it involves too many things, please do not link the 5 elements in this book with the 5 elements in reality. For the 5 elements in this book, she would follow the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and gold. This was because there would be readers who did not understand the 5 elements like Moonfall. Furthermore, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were easier to pronounce. She would just follow the 5 elements of mutual restraint. She did not need to think about it. Chapter 531. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin 10,000 Demons Tower. What's wrong? Grand Elder? Do you have any objections? The sect leader's gaze landed on the Grand Elder. Wufeng is already at the critical moment of comprehending the demon god statue. You can't punish him by sending him to the myriad demons cliff. The Grand Elder hurriedly said, Humph, since he's at the critical moment, he'll only turn into a demon if he continues to cultivate. Half a year, otherwise, he'll be disqualified. The sect leader said coldly, You. The Grand Elder was so angry that he blew his beard. His position was only the same as the sect leader's, but the sect leader was still the sect leader's leader, and he was only the Grand Elder. Most importantly, he couldn't defeat the sect leader. Hence, he could only endure this anger. Fine, half a year it is. Let's go. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and glared at Wufeng. Then, he grabbed his shoulder and left. He was thinking that in the future, when his strength surpassed that of the 1,000 demon sect's sect leader, he would definitely take revenge. At that time, he would be the sect leader. Looking at the Grand Elder's back, the sect leader coldly snorted. This time, he wanted to use this opportunity to reorganize the sect leader. He wanted to let others know that he was the sect leader. Phew! That scared me to death. Yishen heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he smelled the scent of death again. Fortunately, the sect leader arrived in time. Otherwise, he would be dead. In fact, the sect leader had been here for a long time. He just didn't appear. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he just wanted to observe Yi Xian's aptitude. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian's aptitude was very good. It might even surpass Wufeng's. Yi Xian, you can go to the Myriad Demons Tower now, the sect leader suddenly said. What? Everyone present suspected that they had heard wrongly. Myriad Demons Tower? What? Myriad Demons Tower? Didn't they say that only disciples with more than 10% attribute conversion can enter? How young is he? He hasn't even converted 5% of his attributes. He needs at least 10% to enter the Myriad Demons Tower. But his strength isn't weak. He should be able to stand on the 2nd floor. It doesn't matter. Everyone around them knew what the Tower of 10,000 Demons was, but Yi Xian did not. What kind of place is the 10,000 Demons Pagoda? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The 1,000 Demon sect leader didn't reply. The 10,000 Demon Tower is filled with demonic creatures, and there are a total of 9 floors. The demonic creatures here are all transformed from our 10,000 Demon sect's disciples. Originally, only those who have achieved 10% of their attribute conversion can enter. Moreover, not everyone can enter, only a genius like you can. Elder Song explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Demons? Previously, the demon master in the demon's den was just one person. After a few decades, he had spawned millions of demons. Since the 10,000 Devil Pagoda was filled with the disciples of the 10,000 Devil sect, wouldn't the number of devils that were spawned reach 10 million? Don't demonized demons retain their rationality? Yi Xian asked with a frown. That's right. However, Disciples who have learned the bedevilment technique will lose their rationality once their cultivation goes awry. Therefore, they are forcibly turned into demons and locked in the 10,000 devil pagoda. This way, they can continuously produce demon orbs for us to cultivate. Elder Song nodded. So that's how it is. Yi Xian understood. Simply put, those demons were different from the demon master. They were all creatures without consciousness. In other words, they were equivalent to the demon commanders, demon generals, and demon soldiers from before. However, his interest was piqued. Demon orbs he could break through by devouring demon orbs. If he was allowed to enter the 10,000 devil pagoda, he would definitely be able to break through quickly. Just now, he had already sworn in his heart that he would definitely kill that windless guy. This token allows you to enter the 10,000 devil pagoda. The 1,000 demons sect leader took out a token and threw it to Yi Xian. Thank you, sect leader. Yi Xian expressed his gratitude. This token was the key to his breakthrough. After that, the 1,000 demon sect leader left. Elder Song also instructed a disciple to bring Yi Xian to the 10,000 devil pagoda. After that disciple brought Yi Xian to the entrance of the 10,000 devil pagoda, he immediately left. The 10,000 devil pagoda. Although there was a pagoda in its name, the 10,000 devil pagoda was actually underground. This was not surprising. After all, there was no pagoda that could withstand tens of millions of demons. Yi Xian stood at the entrance of the 10,000 devil pagoda and sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no one guarding the 10,000 devil pagoda. This was because there was a protective array around the pagoda. Only those with a token could enter. Yi Xian held onto the token and walked in. Woo-woo. He walked down the path. Along the way, he could hear the cries and howls of the demons. He was somewhat excited. Demons, there were only demons down there. To him, demons were all experience points. However, he did not dare to be careless. This was because he heard from the disciple that brought him here that the 10,000 devil pagoda was filled with demons that were comparable to the spirit stage. Soon, he arrived at the first floor of the 10,000 devil pagoda. Huff! Huff! As soon as he stepped into the array, a few ignorant demons rushed over. You're courting death. Earth-splitting sword. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slashed out a few times. Although he had to use a martial art like the Prime Clarity Sword technique to deal with demons, the Prime Clarity Sword technique was only a high-rank heaven-rank martial art. On the other hand, the Earth-splitting sword was a peak-rank heaven-rank martial art. Furthermore, it was enhanced by the Earth attribute. Thus, it was relatively easy to deal with demons. Bang! 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 The 3 earth-shattering swords exploded and the 3 demonic creatures were instantly killed and turned into 3 demonic orbs. Yi Xian walked over and picked up the 3 demonic orbs before devouring them. Haha! Awesome! These 3 demonic orbs gave a lot of experience. Although it could not be compared to an interspatial ring, this was the 10,000 devil pagoda. There were tens of millions of demons here. If all of these monsters were killed by him, then his attribute conversion could increase to 20%, 30%, or even 40%. This 10,000 devil pagoda was simply a place for him to level up. Kill! Yi Xian did not hesitate and began his massacre. At this moment, he was only on the first floor of the 10,000 devil pagoda. The demons here were relatively weak. Therefore, Yi Xian directly went to find the entrance to the second floor. Although the demons on the second floor were strong, he could still deal with them based on the strength of the demons on the first floor. During the process of searching, Yi Xian saw some of the 10,000 devil sect's disciples that had turned into demons. These demons could still speak, but they had already lost their rationality. They only knew how to kill and possess. The disciple who led the way just now told Yi Xian that if Yi Xian encountered these 10,000 devil sect's disciples, he should try his best to be merciful. This was because as long as they were alive, there would be an endless supply of demons. As long as they did not threaten his life, Yi Xian would still choose to let them go. Soon, he found the entrance to the second floor of the 10,000 devil pagoda and continued to go deeper. Chapter 532. Chapter 532. Chapter 532. Demon God Location. Originally, only those who had at least 10% attribute conversion could enter the 1,000 demon sect, so the first 2 floors were not a threat to them. To be on the safe side, Yi Xian first stayed on the second floor for a day, killing thousands of demons at an extremely fast speed. After increasing his attribute conversion to 5%, he went to the third floor. 5% attribute conversion, which was 5%, would increase the strength of the earth attribute true energy, and it would be safer. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at the third floor. From now on, we can't be careless. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The demons on the third floor were not weak, at least comparable to experts with 5% attribute conversion. They were not a threat to Yi Xian alone, but if 7 or 8 of them came at once, Yi Xian would have to be cautious. After all, the War Dragon's 9 steps was useless against demons. Moreover, Elder Song also reminded him that it was best to stay on the first 2 floors and increase his strength first. Junior brother. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head in shock and found a disciple of the Thousand Demons sect running towards him. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Because demons could possess people, he could not guarantee that this disciple of the Thousand Demons sect was not possessed. Moreover, although this was the Thousand Demons sect, Yi Xian had specifically asked that he could kill in the Thousand Demons pagoda. Senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Xian turned to look at him. Those who could enter this place had at least 10% attribute conversion, which was 10%. However, Yi Xian had also broken through to 5%. If the other party only had 10%, it would be fine. If it exceeded 10%, then he would take out the Bahuang sword. Junior brother, I see that you look quite new. Did you recently join the Thousand Demons sect? The disciple said. That's right. Senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Xian nodded and asked. The Thousand Demons sect disciple smiled and said, It's like this. My weapon is broken. Junior brother, do you have any extra? The weapon is broken. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, Then why don't you go out, senior brother? From the third floor to the outside, it shouldn't take more than 2 hours, right? The disciples of the Thousand Demon sect were stunned. Yi Xian already understood that this disciple of the Thousand Devil sect had been possessed by a devil. Every floor of the Thousand Devil pagoda had a special array. As long as one was possessed, they would not be able to leave. The Thousand Demon sect's disciple pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly took out his weapon and shouted, Since junior brother isn't willing to lend it to me, then die. I knew it. Yi Xian took out his Bahuang sword and stepped forward. Battle Dragon's 9 steps. Earth-splitting sword. This Thousand Demon sect disciple's attribute transformation had just reached 10%. He had just entered a few days ago, but he had accidentally been possessed by a demon. Now he was finally free. Hiss! The head of this Thousand Demon sect disciple fell to the ground. His entire head was petrified. Yi Xian kept his Bahuang sword and looked left and right. When he did not find anyone suspicious, he walked over and kept the Qian Kuan ring. Ding! Host's attribute transformation has increased. The current attribute is 6 points. 6 points. That was 6%. Just 4 more points and he would reach 10%. There were a few earth spirit fruits in this Qian Kuan ring, but all of them were swallowed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the interface by chance and discovered that there was an additional attribute on his interface. Affinity. Only now did he realize that his earth attribute affinity was at the upper epic level. He only needed to upgrade it once to reach the legendary level. Not bad. No wonder the earth-splitting sword is so powerful. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He was already very satisfied with the upper epic level earth attribute affinity. Even among the thousands of disciples of the Thousand Demon sect, there were only a few who had reached the upper epic level. That Windless was one of them. After this episode, Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. As long as he encountered someone, regardless of whether they were possessed or not, he would directly attack. On every floor of the Thousand Demon pagoda there was a safety point. There was a formation here so demons and people possessed by demons could not enter. It was a place specially for the disciples of the Thousand Demon sect to recover and heal. However, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, so he did not need to rest at all. There were many demons on the third floor, nearly 10 million of them. Yi Xian killed from the east to the west, then from the west to the north. In just 3 days, his attribute conversion had increased by 1 point, reaching 6%. During this time, he did not encounter any other disciples of the Thousand Demon sect, so he could only rely on demons to level up. 6% attribute transformation could only increase his strength by a little, so he continued to kill and break through. 7 days later, his earth attribute transformation had increased again. The number of demons that died at his hands had exceeded 100,000. His killing speed was definitely the fastest among those of the same level and even those of a higher level. With his current level, it should not be a problem for him to go to the next floor. Therefore, he continued to go to the 4th floor. However, when he entered the 4th floor, he felt a monstrous demonic aura coming from his left. What a powerful demonic aura! Could it be that an elder is here? Yixian frowned. The demons on the 4th floor were very strong, comparable to a martial artist with 10 points of attribute transformation. However, this level of cultivation was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the elders of the Thousand Demon sect. Therefore, it was impossible for the elders to be possessed by demons. Out of curiosity, he decided to go and take a look. To be safe, he used a supreme-grade celestial weapon. Soon, he arrived at the safety zone of the 4th floor. There were already dozens of disciples of the Thousand Demon sect here. Since they were in the safety zone, he could be sure that they were not possessed by demons. More than one elder? Yixian was a little surprised. He saw 3 people wearing elder robes sitting in front of a statue. This statue was exactly the same as the people in the murals that Yixian saw in the Thousand Demon Cliff. However, this statue was divided into 2 colors. The arms of the statue were bronze, while the rest of the body was gray. What are they doing? Yixian walked into the safety zone. Kid, you're new, right? Have you learned the bedevilment chapter? A white-haired elder opened his eyes and asked. Yes. Yixian did not understand why he asked this question. He just nodded silently and answered. This is a replica of the demon god statue. You can sit down and study it, the white-haired elder said slowly. Demon god statue? After hearing this name, Yixian suddenly recalled that the Thousand Demon sect leader had also mentioned this term. Wufeng had been studying the demon god statue before. From this, it could be inferred that the demon god chapter was recorded on a demon god statue. I see. Chapter 533. Wang Hao Yan Ding. Discovered Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique. Demon God Chapter. Do you wish to copy it? Yes. Copy successful. Current completion rate is 10%. After hearing the notification, Yixian frowned again. Completion rate? However, he immediately understood that only the hands of the demon god were replicas. The rest of the body parts were made up. Elder, why is there only a pair of arms? Yixian couldn't help but ask. The white-haired elder replied, from the 4th floor to the 8th floor, there are parts of the demon god statue on every floor. Only after you fully comprehend these replicas can you proceed to the 9th floor to comprehend the complete statue. Otherwise, you will suffer from chi deviation with a single glance. I see. Yixian immediately understood. From the 4th floor to the 8th floor, there were parts of the demon god statue. If he could copy all of them, the completion rate of the demon god chapter should reach 50%. Only then would he be able to comprehend the complete demonic god statue. Then Windless should have finished comprehending all of these. Yixian thought to himself. It turned out that the demon god chapter was recorded in the 10,000 Demons Tower, and the complete demon god statue was on the 9th floor. Therefore, if one wanted to learn the demon god chapter, then one had to break through to the 9th floor alone and comprehend every part of every floor. Yixian glanced at the replicas of the demon god's arms and shook his head helplessly. He wasn't interested in this kind of thing. Fortunately, he had the devouring system to help him comprehend it. If I can learn the demon god chapter, my strength will greatly increase. However, before that, I need to be strong. Otherwise, I won't be able to reach the 9th floor. Thinking of this, Yixian left the safe zone and began to level up crazily. The demons on the 4th floor were very strong, but Yixian's speed was very fast. He could still move freely as long as he wasn't surrounded by a large number of demons. This time, he still spent a week to convert the earth attribute to 80%. Now, he had the guts to go to the 5th floor. After spending some time, Yi Xian arrived at the 5th floor's safe zone. There were only a dozen people in the 5th level safe zone, including an elder. These people could not be bothered with Yi Xian. The demon god statue in the safe zone was a pair of demon god shoulders. After Yi Xian copied it into the devouring system, the completion rate of the demon god chapter reached 20%. Yi Xian killed for a few more days in the 5th level and raised his cultivation level. Then, he went down to the 6th level. At this point, Yi Xian's attribute conversion had reached 9 points. He was just 1 point away from reaching 10%. The demons on the 6th floor had already reached around 15 points in strength. Even the disciples of the 1,000 Demon sect would have to form a team to come down here. However, Yi Xian's attributes had not even reached 10% before he was sent down. As soon as Yi Xian stepped onto the 6th floor, he bumped into a demonic creature. He immediately used the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Bedevilment. Yi Xian's aura surged. During this period of time, he had been in the bedevilment state. This was because his true qi recovery speed was fast enough. The true qi consumed by the bedevilment state could be recovered within a short period of time. With the bedevilment state, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. It was enough for him to rampage on the 6th floor. Sword of the Earth Shattering. Yi Xian slashed a few times and killed the demonic creature. However, at this moment, ding! The proficiency of the Sword of the Earth Shattering has increased. It is currently at 100%. Its attack power has doubled. This notification sound made Yi Xian extremely happy. He had been in the 1,000 Demon Pagoda for almost a month. Now, he had finally reached the peak of the Sword of the Earth Shattering. The Sword of the Earth Shattering's power had doubled. This caused his strength to skyrocket. This dangerous 6th floor of the 1,000 Demon Pagoda was like his own home to him. Soon, he arrived at the safe zone of the 6th floor. In this safe zone, there was only 1,000 demon sect disciple in white robes. There were no elders. Yi Xian walked over and copied the demon god statue into the devouring system. However, at this moment, scram! The youth in white robes who was sitting cross-legged shouted without opening his eyes. What? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He turned his head and found that he was the only one in this safe zone. It was obvious that these words were directed at him. I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? The youth in white robes was still sitting cross-legged in front of the demon god statue. Yi Xian was also confused. What was wrong with this guy? Why did he ask him to scram for no reason? Senior brother, is there something wrong with your brain? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and asked in a mocking tone. What did you say? When the youth in white robes heard this, he immediately jumped up from the ground and turned to look at Yi Xian. His expression was very strange, as if he had seen a ghost. In the 1,000 Demon sect, there were not many who dared to speak to him like this. He was Wang Haoyan, who came in with Windless to comprehend the Demon God chapter. He was also the lover of the dead senior sister Liang Junqi. He had entered together with Windless, but Windless had finished comprehending early on and then went to the 7th floor. He was stuck on the 6th floor, so his temper was very irritable. The disciples who had entered before were all driven out by him. However, those disciples from before recognized him, but Yi Xian did not. Of course, if Yi Xian recognized him, he would continue to talk back. Compared to Windless, what was this Wang Haoyan? At this time, Yi Xian's brain suddenly understood and said, You are Wang Haoyan, senior brother Wang? Since you know, why aren't you scramming? Wang Haoyan said coldly, So it's you. I thought you had already gone to the 9th floor. I didn't expect you to still be on the 6th floor. Compared to Windless, you are too weak. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Why don't you mention that name again? Wang Haoyan's true qi gushed out, and an invisible pressure fell on Yi Xian. Sure enough, as Yi Xian guessed, this Wang Haoyan's strength was far inferior to Windless. His attribute conversion was estimated to be only around 18. Are you talking about Windless? Previously, he went out and made a big scene. He was punished by the sect master to go to the 1,000 Demons Cliff and face the wall for half a year. Yi Xian said casually. What? Wang Haoyan was shocked. Face the wall for half a year? This meant that he had half a year to catch up to Windless. Senior brother Wang, you have been here for a long time. No one is talking to you. Are you lonely? Why don't you exchange a few moves with junior brother? Yi Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, Wang Haoyan was also shocked. Since Yi Xian recognized him, he actually dared to challenge him. This was really courting death. You are courting your own death. Wang Haoyan still used a cold tone to reply. The Thousand Demons Pagoda allowed disciples to fight and kill each other. Each floor's safe area was only to isolate demons. You could also fight in the safe area. Chapter 534. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin level 9-inch. Come on. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he took out the Bahuang sword. There was only him and Wang Haoyan here. Either he or Wang Haoyan would die. There was no need to fear anything. Wang Haoyan's eyes narrowed when he saw the Bahuang sword, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He just thought that the Bahuang sword was a better quality celestial artifact. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. Wang Haoyan shouted as he took out his weapon and launched an attack. Haha, metal attribute again. See if I don't kill you. After seeing Wang Haoyan's attributes, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Immediately, his aura skyrocketed as he used the Dao Heart Seed Demon Technique's bewitching chapter. His true chi didn't cost money anyway, so there was no problem for him to be bewitched. Moreover, during this period, he also found that the 30% completion rate of the Demon God chapter also increased the enhancement of bewitching by about 30%. Therefore, his current strength was even stronger than Wang Haoyan's. Earth-splitting sword. Yi Xian directly slashed out with the earth-splitting sword at full power. Under the situation where earth countered metal, Wang Haoyan's metal attribute attack was directly dispersed. It's actually so strong. Wang Haoyan was very puzzled because there were only a few geniuses in the Thousand Demon sect. The only one he was afraid of was Windless. However, there was now one more Yi Xian. Who are you? Wang Haoyan couldn't help but ask. A dead person doesn't need to know my name. Yi Xian calmly replied as he attacked crazily. However, he didn't use the Battle Dragon Stomp's shock effect because Wang Haoyan didn't know about this move. When the time was right, he would suddenly use it and catch his opponent off guard. Facing this insidious earth-splitting sword, Wang Haoyan's face became more and more gloomy. He didn't know why, but he began to feel nervous as if he smelled the scent of death. He's stronger than me? This thought suddenly flashed in Wang Haoyan's mind, but he immediately rejected it. Other than Windless, he wasn't afraid of anyone. At this time, Wang Haoyan roared at the sky. Then, a strong demonic chi gushed out from his body. He was possessed by the devil. The Dao Heart demonization art consumed a lot of energy, and it would increase as one's cultivation level increased. Most people could only use it twice in a row, so Wang Haoyan had consumed more than half of his Jin Qi. But this time, Yi Xian did not intend to engage in a war of attrition. Taking advantage of Wang Haoyan's demonic state, he stomped his right foot forward. Battle Dragon's 9 steps. Boom! A burst of energy instantly exploded from Wang Haoyan's feet. Wang Haoyan was shocked. He wanted to fly up, but he was one step too slow. This surge of energy went straight through Wang Haoyan's body and into his brain. You're dead. This time, Yi Xian did not use the Earth-splitter sword anymore. Instead, he quickly rushed over, and a supreme-grade celestial artifact appeared in his hand. By the time Wang Haoyan reacted, Yi Xian had already slashed out. Bang! The Earth-splitter sword was defeated by Wang Haoyan. However, Wang Haoyan did not notice that Yi Xian's 8 desolate sword had already shattered. 8 desolate wind formation. 8 sharp blades imbued with earth attribute Qin Qi pierced Wang Haoyan's legs, instantly petrifying them. You're still not dead this time? Yi Xian's eyes widened. With a sweep of his sword, Wang Haoyan's head flew off. The second genius of the Thousand Demon sect, Wang Haoyan, was dead. His death was unjust, but it was also reasonable. After all, Yi Xian's moves were too sinister. the Earthsplitter Sword, Battle Dragon Stomp, and 8 Desolate Wind Formation could all create unexpected effects. After Wang Haoyan died, Yi Xian put away the 8 Desolate Sword and took off Wang Haoyan's interspatial ring. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 11 points. The attribute conversion had finally exceeded 10%. As expected of the second genius of the Thousand Demon Sect. You're really rich. It seems that I can directly go to the 7th floor. Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. Originally, he did not want to kill Wang Haoyan, who told him to have such a big mouth. After keeping Wang Haoyan's corpse, Yi Xian disguised the area. After all, the traces of the Earthsplitter Sword were too obvious. He could not let others see any clues. Then he went to the 7th floor. The 7th floor was not a place where ordinary people could go. Even Wang Haoyan had to be prepared to enter demonization at any time. However, to Yi Xian, this place was like his own home. Ding! Dao Heart Demon Seed Law, Demon God Chapter, copy successful. Current completion rate is 40%. There was no one in the 7th floor's safe zone. After copying, Yi Xian left directly. He spent 10 days to increase his attribute conversion by 1 point and went to the 8th floor. The demons on the 8th floor were stronger than Wang Haoyan. Previously, Wu Feng was only able to reach the 8th floor's safe zone with the help of the Grand Elder. Ding! Dao Heart Demon Seed Law, Demon God Chapter, copy successful. Current completion rate is 50%. After a month and a half of hard work, Yi Xian finally reached the 8th floor of the Thousand Demon Pagoda. At this time, he wanted to find the entrance to the 9th floor. The complete demon god statue was on the 9th floor. With his current situation, he would be fine if he saw the complete demon god statue. However, this thing would definitely be guarded. He wondered what kind of expression the guard would have when he saw him. He began to search the 8th floor. After half a day, he finally found the entrance along the stone wall. There was indeed someone guarding the entrance to the 9th floor. It was an old man who was at least 100 years old. This old man had long noticed Yi Xian. His pair of old eyes fell on Yi Xian. He slowly said, "How did you come up?" Replying to Senior, "Of course I killed my way up." Yi Xian replied respectfully, "Oh, a genius like you actually appeared in the sect recently. To be able to kill your way up to the 8th floor, not bad, not bad." The old man praised. The 7th and 8th floor were usually guarded by the elders. Therefore, there were usually no disciples who were possessed by demons. The old man had guarded the 9th floor for many years. This was the first time he saw someone kill their way up alone. He couldn't help but look at him in a new light. "Senior, may I ask if the demon god statue is on the 9th floor?" Yi Xian asked. The reason he stayed here for so long was to find a complete demon god statue. As long as he got permission, he could learn the demon god chapter. "That's right. It's on the 9th floor behind me. However, you didn't get permission from the sect master, so I won't let you in." The old man nodded. Chapter 535. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin Crisis. I can see that your demonic aura is very strong. Among all the disciples in the sect, other than Wu Feng, you're the one with the greatest increase in demonic aura. However, I can't let you in without the sect leader's permission. The old man still refused. All right. Yi Xian sighed. It seemed that he had to go out and get the sect leader's permission first. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed in the 10,000 Demons Pagoda. What's going on? Yi Xian looked up in confusion and found that the sound came from above. Was it from the 7th floor? Or the 6th floor? Rumble. Normal battles wouldn't cause such a loud sound. Who was fighting so wildly? Wasn't he afraid of attracting a large number of demons? The old man was also very surprised. He listened carefully and found that the sound didn't come from the 7th or 6th floor. It came from the ground. In the 10,000 Demons sect, except for the Battle Demon stage and the 10,000 Demons Pagoda, fighting was not allowed anywhere else. However, someone was fighting at the entrance of the 10,000 Demons Pagoda. Something must have happened. The old man frowned and listened for a while. The rumble continued. After a while, The old man's eyes suddenly widened. Not good, the 10,000 demon sect is under attack. What? Yixian was shocked. The 10,000 demon sect was under attack? He wasn't strong enough to hear like the old man and determined that the sound came from the ground. However, he could make a guess. The scale of this battle was definitely not small. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so loud and wouldn't have lasted for so long. It seemed that the 10,000 demon sect was indeed under attack, and the target of the attack was most likely one of those righteous sections. They must be after the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique and the Demon God statue. The old man muttered and pointed in a direction. Kid, there's a hidden passage that leads to the ground. Hurry up and leave. Then, senior, you? Yixian was stunned. Hurry up and leave. I'm going to seal the array. If you don't leave, stay with me. The old man said solemnly. Then I'd better go. Yixian shrunk his neck and hurriedly ran in the direction the old man pointed. Just now, the old man also said that those righteous sects were here for the Tao Heart Seed Devil technique and the Demon God statue, so their target was definitely the 10,000 Devil Tower. If he stayed here and was seen by those people, he would definitely be dismembered. It was better to leave first. Very quickly, Yixian found the path that led to the ground and drilled his head in. In the next moment, he saw that the formation was closed. He could no longer enter, and he could not see what was inside. Forget it. It's better to leave first. After some thought, Yixian decided to leave as soon as possible. Those righteous Tao forces would definitely join forces to attack the 1,000 Demon Sect. Whether or not the 1,000 Demon Sect could withstand them was still a question. However, regrettably, he did not see the Demonic God chapter, which made him feel very helpless. As long as he took a look, he would be able to copy the Demonic God chapter into the devouring system. At that time, his strength would be greatly increased. However, who would have thought that such a thing would happen? If he had a little more time, he would be able to run back and forth. Soon, Yixian rushed out of the hidden passage. When he saw his surroundings clearly, he realized that he was actually at the 1,000 Demon Cliff. Another formation that only allows one to leave but not enter? Yixian realized that he could no longer turn back. However, that was not important. What was important was the current situation of the 1,000 Demon Sect. Violent roars kept coming from the horizon. From these sounds, one could tell that the battle was very intense. At this moment, Yixian was hesitating whether he should go and take a look. However, just as he was hesitating, a few figures suddenly appeared in the sky. The disciples of the 1,000 Demon Sect are being hunted down? Yixian's eyes narrowed. He saw that behind the 3 disciples of the 1,000 Demon Sect, there were 5 disciples of other forces in white clothes. Their strength is not strong. He judged the strength of the 5 people at a glance. Although these people were from the righteous sects, he had now joined the 1,000 Demon Sect, so he naturally had to serve the sect. Most importantly, in this world where the strong were respected, the strong were justice. Senior brother, save us. The 3 disciples of the 1,000 Demon Sect hurriedly shouted. Their attribute conversion was only around 10 points, but the ones chasing after them were 12 or 13 points. They also had the advantage in numbers, so they had no choice but to use it. Kill! Yixian instantly charged out. Even in the air, he could easily kill these 5 people. Just by calling him senior brother, he had a reason to help. Although it was said that he was in the air, his War Dragon's 9 steps had already been raised to 90%. Even Wang Haoyan had died in his hands, so what were these people? In less than 3 rounds, the 5 martial artists who were chasing after the disciples of the 1,000 Demon Sect fell from the sky, their heads separated from their bodies. Yixian took their universe rings and said, "What's the situation now?" The elites of the 3 great sects, Sacred Fire Peak, Yin and Yang Mansion, and Flame Dragon Sect, have joined forces to kill our 1,000 Demon Sect. We are no match for them at all. A disciple of the 1,000 Demon Sect explained. The 3 great sects. Yixian narrowed his eyes. These 3 great sects seemed to be the top forces of the Green Cliff region. With the 3 of them joining forces, it was normal for the 1,000 Demon Sect to not be able to defeat them. Senior brother, let's go quickly. The 1,000 Demon Sect is finished. They will soon kill their way to the 1,000 Demon Cliff. The disciple reminded. You guys go first. Yi Xian slowly replied. In the cave of the Thousand Demon Cliff, there was the enchanted chapter of the Tao Heart Devil Seed technique. This was the prerequisite for learning the Demon God chapter. The three great sects definitely wanted the Demon God chapter, so they had to obtain this enchanted chapter as well. Senior brother, you be careful. After the three disciples finished speaking, they left without looking back. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the cave in the distance. There were still many disciples in the cave, and there were also elders guarding it. They should have known that the Thousand Demon sect was attacked at the first moment. However, as long as someone entered the Thousand Demon cave and took down the murals, the Tao Heart Devil Seed technique would be leaked out. I'll stay here. If there is a chaotic battle, I can increase my strength a little. Yi Xian thought in his heart and decided not to leave. Although he hadn't learned the Demon God chapter, his enchanted chapter was stronger than ordinary people. Coupled with the 8 Desolate Sword technique, he could challenge those 10 levels higher than him, which meant that he could challenge those with more than 20% attribute conversion. At the same time, his strength would constantly increase. He felt that he could lead this sect extermination battle. He immediately flew to the sky above the Thousand Demon cave. At this time, there were disciples and elders rushing out of the cave. Chapter 536. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Pulse of the Earth. There are 3 elders and hundreds of disciples who don't know the bedevilment chapter. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. They're here. At this moment, one of the elders shouted. Yi Xian turned around and saw a large group of people flying towards the Myriad Demons Cliff. He quickly glanced at them and did some calculations. There were about 300 disciples of the 3 major sects flying towards the Myriad Demons Cliff. However, they were all elites of the 3 major sects and were led by 3 elders. If they were at the same level, the elders of the Myriad Demons sect would definitely be stronger than the elders of the 3 major sects with the bedevilment chapter. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was still uncertain. Looking at the people in the distance, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The opportunity to level up had come. Kill! The elders of the Myriad Demons sect shouted. In an instant, hundreds of disciples flew into the air and clashed with the disciples of the 3 major sections. At the same time, Yi Xian also entered the bedevilment state. Demonic chi spread out from his body as he joined the battle. This battle was in the air, which was not very advantageous for an earth attribute martial artist like him. Fortunately, most of the disciples from the 3 great sects that had killed their way to the Myriad Demons Cliff were of the metal attribute, so Yi Xian had specifically looked for trouble with them. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds continued in the air as people fell from the sky at every moment. Almost all of them were dead people. Yi Xian held a supreme-grade heaven artifact in his hand as he charged into the crowd and started a massacre. Killing people was indeed faster than killing demons. Yi Xian killed 1 person, which was equivalent to killing thousands of demons. After a while, his attribute conversion reached 12 points, and his strength increased by another step. Die, brat! Suddenly, a disciple of the 3 major sects with an attribute conversion of 18 points stared at Yi Xian. His strength was actually on the same level as Wang Haoyin. If they were on the ground, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid of him at all. However, they were in the air and his opponent was of the fire attribute which countered his earth attribute. Therefore, he could only use the Bahuang sword. Earth-splitting sword. In an instant, Yi Xian slashed out more than 10 times. Although he didn't have the advantage in terms of realm and attributes, he had the Sword Saint bloodline, Bahuang sword, and the fully matured earth-shattering sword. In this situation, he still had a huge advantage. Die for me! Yi Xian widened his eyes and slashed with all his might. Bang! This disciple was no match for Li Qia. After his attack was defeated, Li Qia's sword brushed past his head. His left eye was instantly petrified. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian charged over and killed him. His interspatial ring also fell into Yi Xian's hands. Disciple? The eyes of one of the 3 major sects elders turned red. The person that Yi Xian had just killed was his personal disciple. He really wanted to charge in front of Yi Xian and tear Yi Xian into pieces. However, There were also 3 elders on the 1,000 demon sects side, so he couldn't leave. Good Lord, is he the genius who learned the bedevilment technique in 3 days? The eyes of the 3 elders of the 1,000 demon sect lit up as they thought in unison. At this moment, they seemed to have seen hope. Yi Xian alone was very likely to lead this battle. After that disciple died, Yi Xian began to kill crazily. Even in the air, his speed was second only to the 6 elders, so no one could pose a threat to him. With the Bahuang sword in hand, he wantonly reaped the lives of the 3 major sects' martial artists. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of martial artists had died. "Kid, die for me!" The elder who lost his disciple roared and slashed a flaming sword chi at Yi Xian. At this moment, ding! The host's affinity with the earth attribute has increased. It is currently at 13 points. His realm just happened to increase at this moment. However, right after the system announcement was made, a voice rang out. Ding! The proficiency of the Battle Dragon Stomp has increased. It is currently at 100% proficiency. His power has doubled. Ding! The host has comprehended the profound meaning of Earth. Earth's throbbing pulse. What? Yi Xian was stunned. What the hell was Earth's throbbing pulse? He frowned, then slashed an earth-shattering sword at the flaming sword chi. An earth-shattering sword that contained the Earth's throbbing pulse. This sword easily dispersed the elder's flaming sword chi. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He saw his earth-shattering sword vibrate rapidly when it collided with the flaming sword chi. Earth's throbbing pulse. Vibrate. He thought of the Battle Dragon Stomp. Now that he was using the Battle Dragon's 10 steps, its power was twice as strong as before. If it was combined with the profound meaning of Earth, its power might be even stronger. Profound meaning, this kid actually comprehended the profound meaning. That's impossible. The elder of the 3 major sects exclaimed. Profound meaning? Everyone was stunned. Then, they focused their attention on Yi Xian. Profound, this was profound. Of all the people present, including the 6 elders, not a single one of them had managed to comprehend profound. As for Yi Xian, he comprehended it. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at his attribute panel and saw that there was an additional attribute. Profound meaning of Earth. Earth's throbbing pulse 1 layer. This profound meaning of Earth did not require anything to use, not even true chi. Therefore, Yi Xian could use it without any restraint. Ha ha ha! You're all finished. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. From now on, every attack of his would contain the Earth's throbbing pulse. Die! Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. The power of the earth-shattering sword was already terrifying. Now that it was combined with the Earth's throbbing pulse, no one present could stop him except for the elders. The number of people in the air decreased rapidly. Those who died were mostly disciples of the 3 major sections. Not good, retreat! An elder of the 3 major sects immediately shouted. He realized that the number of people on his side had fallen below 100. If this continued, even the 3 of them would be in danger. However, this group of disciples was not as fast as Yi Xian. When Yi Xian's attribute conversion increased again, this group of disciples was almost completely wiped out. Nearly 15% of the attribute conversion caused Yi Xian's strength to soar once again. At this time, he was already rushing toward the 3 elders of the 3 major sections. Run! The 3 of them were shocked. They immediately landed on the ground and prepared to escape back to the 1,000 Demon sect to seek reinforcements. However, what they did not expect was that their actions were extremely stupid. Landed, haha, you actually dared to land. You're courting death. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. He also landed on the ground and quickly took a step. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. This step contained the Earth's throbbing pulse. Whether it was the power or the speed, it was far greater than before. Bang! Crack! Chapter 537. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios John Woofing what? The other 2 elders were shocked. Then, they heard a crisp sound. Kacha! The elder who fell to the ground was actually stomped to death by Yi Xian. How was this possible? One had to know that the elder's attribute conversion had reached 26 points. How could he be so weak? Profound meaning, was it really so powerful? You too. Don't even think about running. Yi Xian used the surrounding yuan qi and stomped a few more times. Bang! 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 One of the elders was too slow to dodge and fell to the ground. Then he was stomped to death by Yi Xian. Now only one of the three was left. The three elders of the myriad demon sect were all stunned. Yi Xian actually relied on his profound meaning to stomp two elders of the three great sects to death. He was simply a monster. The third elder had already flown away. Yi Xian would probably not be able to catch up. So the three elders from the Thousand Demon sect took his place. As for Yi Xian, he went to pick up the two yin and yang rings. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 16 points. These two elders' yin and yang rings allowed Yi Xian to break through twice. It was already very good. As for the third elder from the Righteous Path Alliance, his strength was still considered strong. His attribute conversion had probably reached 30%. The three elders from the Thousand Demon sect couldn't catch up to him even if they were demonized. As such, they still needed Yi Xian to make a move. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed out again. His Battle Dragon Stomp at full power allowed him to surpass the four elders in speed. Unfortunately, even if the Earth Pulse was merged with the Battle Dragon Stomp, it couldn't increase his speed. Could only increase his power. The four elders flew in the air while Yi Xian ran on the ground alone. In less than 2 seconds, Yi Xian overtook the elder from the Righteous Path Alliance. Sword of the Earth splitting. Yi Xian stood on the ground and attacked the air crazily. The elder's escape route was blocked, so he could only go around. However, he was caught up by the three elders from the Thousand Demon sect. No! The elder roared into the sky. He had already seen despair. Yi Xian alone could trample two elders of the Righteous Tao Alliance to death. His strength could only be described as monstrous. Now that these three elders of the Myriad Demon sect joined in, he would definitely die. Sure enough, in less than 3 rounds, this elder was struck by Yi Xian's sword and turned to stone. Bang! The profound meaning of earth took effect when he was petrified, shattering the petrified parts. This elder's chest exploded. Blood sprayed out from the sky. He died. Naturally, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of his things. The 3,000 Demon Sect elders didn't have any intention of fighting with Yi Xian either. They just watched as Yi Xian took off the ring. Quick! Go back and support them. The 3 elders of the 1,000 Demon Sect didn't say anything and continued on their way. After Yi Xian swallowed everything in the last ring, he also rushed back to the 1,000 Demon Sect. At this time, his attribute conversion had increased to 17 points. Just now, he was able to kill 3 elders of the Righteous Tao Alliance with the throbbing pulse of the earth. One of them even had a conversion of 30%. If he went back and joined the battle now, he might be able to turn the situation around. Of course, this wasn't a guaranteed success. However, this was a chance to level up, so he definitely wouldn't miss it. His speed was very fast, far surpassing the 3 elders of the 1,000 Demon Sect. He was the first to return to the 1,000 Demon Sect. The 1,000 Demon Sect was already in a mess. There were many Righteous Tao Alliance members killing the disciples of the 1,000 Demon Sect in the sky. Yi Xian felt it for a moment and discovered several powerful auras. Immediately, he charged out again. Bedevilment! Yi Xian had a strong recovery ability. When he returned to the 1,000 Demon Sect, his true chi had already recovered to its peak. Coincidentally, the bedevilment state had passed, so he used it again. However, right at this moment, another powerful demonic chi suddenly appeared, causing his mind to tremble. He turned around and saw a disciple of the 1,000 Demon Sect flying towards him. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that this 1,000 Demon Sect disciple was actually Windless, who had almost killed him previously. No wonder I didn't see you at the 1,000 Demon Cliff. You've already returned. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha. Go to hell, brat. Windless didn't care about the current situation at all and directly attacked Yi Xian. A golden sword chi slashed towards Yi Xian. He estimated that this slash could cut Yi Xian in half. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. This golden sword chi was no longer a threat to him. Sword of the Earth splitting. Throbbing pulse of the earth. A sword of the earth splitting that contained the throbbing pulse of the earth broke through the air and collided with the golden sword Qi in the blink of an eye. What made Windless flabbergasted was that his attack was actually defeated by Yi Xian's attack. Not only that, the sword of the earth splitting actually still had leftover energy to blast towards him. So strong. How is this possible? Windless' eyes widened. He suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. At once, he released a monstrous demonic qi and condensed it into a demon god's phantom. Dao Heartseed Demon Great Law, Demon God Chapter. Windless attribute conversion had 23 points. Although it was forcefully increased recently, his martial arts attainments were very high. After entering the demon god state, he was still evenly matched with Elder Song. After using the Demon God Chapter, he also forced Elder Song to use the Demon God Chapter. Therefore, his strength was even stronger than the third righteous Dao Alliance Elder that Yi Xian had just killed. However, Yi Xian didn't take him seriously at all. You're just a dabbler. So what if you have the Demon God Chapter? Yi Xian roared and attacked. Windless Demon God Chapter was only just learned and could be used, so the gap between him and Elder Song was huge. Bang! 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 The loud sounds in the air didn't stop. Yi Xian and Windless began to fight fiercely. One was the Demon God Chapter, the other was a dabbler in the Demon God Chapter. Yi Xian was the former, but the more he fought, the more he used it. Throbbing pulse of the earth. Even though there was a huge gap in their realms, Yi Xian had comprehended the profound meaning. The profound meaning was something that even the myriad demon sect master hadn't comprehended. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. It was hard to tell who was better. Windless' face was aghast. He didn't dare to believe it. One had to know that he could easily crush Yi Xian more than a month ago. If it weren't for Elder Song, Yi Xian would have died long ago. In more than a month, Yi Xian could actually grow to the point where he could contend with him. This was impossible. He didn't pay much attention to it before. Now he noticed. Yi Xian's attacks were very special. Profound meaning. It's actually profound meaning. Windless couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He didn't dare to believe that Yi Xian had actually comprehended the profound meaning. Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled. It seemed that this Windless wasn't stupid. He still knew about the profound meaning. Chapter 538. 1 against 3. However, the battle here attracted the attention of the Righteous Path Alliance's experts. There's another genius from the Thousand Demons sect over there. He actually comprehended profound. Kill him. 2 elders from the Righteous Path Alliance noticed Yi Xian and hurriedly rushed over. Their strength was not inferior to the last elder that Yi Xian killed. Damn it! Yi Xian's face sank. He was fighting with Windless. If 2 more people came, he would be in trouble. At this time, he was thinking whether he should retreat. After all, if he landed on the ground, no one could catch up to him. Forget it. Retreat first. Yi Xian quickly landed on the ground. He was like a fish in water on the ground. After witnessing the power of profound, Windless did not dare to rashly land on the ground. He could only fly at a low altitude to chase after Yi Xian. As for the other 2, they also surrounded Yi Xian in a pincer attack. Don't land. This brat is very troublesome. Windless loudly reminded. What? Yi Xian was stunned. These 2 were clearly closer to Windless. Why did they team up with him? Was it because of profound? In the next moment, Yi Xian understood. Windless had most likely betrayed the Thousand Demon sect and joined forces with the Righteous Path Alliance. You bastard. I didn't betray you, but you dare to betray me. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian was enraged. Compared to Windless, he was considered better. At least he was still helping the Thousand Demon sect fight. He retreated while dealing with Windless and the other 2 who were flying at a low altitude. The ground was his home ground. Although the Dragon War Stomp was still ineffective, he still had the Earthsplitter sword. In the air, Yi Xian's Earthsplitter sword was very straightforward. However, on the ground, Yi Xian's Earthsplitter sword could move from the ground, catching the opponent off guard. Coupled with the Earth Pulse, he was evenly matched with the 3. However, the advantage was constantly tilting in Yi Xian's direction. As long as he persevered, victory would be his. His profound is actually so powerful. This brat's attribute conversion definitely didn't surpass 20%. But he was able to fight the three of us to a draw. A Righteous Path Alliance elder said enviously. Such a genius must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, our three great sects will definitely be destroyed. Another elder said, the two of you, stop stalling and attack with all your might. Windless shouted. If this dragged on, his demon god phantom would disappear. One had to know that the demon god chapter was different from the bedevilment chapter. The bedevilment chapter could be used twice in a row, but the demon god chapter could only be used once in a short period of time. They had seen how powerful Yi Xian was. If they didn't defeat Yi Xian during this period of time, then they would have no chance of winning. It was very likely that they would be killed by Yi Xian. However, no matter how they attacked, they were unable to break through the earth-splitting sword that contained the earth pulse. The battle came to a standstill. About 10 seconds passed. When Windless saw that the three of them were still unable to pose a threat to Yi Xian, he couldn't help but think, I can't fight anymore. This brat's true chi is endless. If I continue to fight, the one to die will definitely be me. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated, not even bothering to say hello. What? The other two Righteous Path Alliance elders were startled. Good chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly erupted and rushed over, instantly suppressing the two elders. Damn brat! He actually dared to attack us. A white-clothed elder angrily cursed. The demon sex people are really unreliable. Let's go. The other elder also shouted. The two quickly retreated in a different direction from Windless' escape. They thought that Windless' hatred was definitely higher than theirs, so Yi Xian should chase after Windless. However, they were wrong. Yi Xian was the principle of proximity. As long as these two were killed, then Yi Xian's strength would increase again. At that time, he would be able to kill Windless. Two old men, die for me. After reducing the pressure, Yi Xian crazily attacked. Streaks of earthen swords swept out from under the two elders' feet. They could only defend with all their strength. However, defending with all their strength was not a long-term solution. Sure enough, 3 seconds after Windless left, one of them was grazed by the earthen sword. His shoulder was instantly petrified and then shattered by the pulse of the earth. Damn it! The elder glanced and discovered that half of his shoulder was gone. Pain welled up in his heart. This was not the main point. The main point was that his right arm was injured, which affected his attacks. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Die! Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and continuously attacked him with earthen swords. In less than 2 rounds, the elder was blasted to death. Taking advantage of when Yi Xian attacked his companion, the other elder immediately turned around and left. He wanted to quickly distance himself from Yi Xian, so he landed on the ground. Just nice, go to hell. Yi Xian quickly stepped out a few times. The battle dragon's 10 steps, which contained the pulse of the earth, directly shattered the bones in the elder's feet and caused his head to boom. Immediately after, Yi Xian swept out with earthen sword and cut off his head. Yi Xian quickly swept over and took away the two's universe rings. He then swallowed all the earth spirit fruits inside. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently at 18 points. The increase in realm meant that Yi Xian's speed had increased by another level. At that moment, Yi Xian chased after Windless. What? Windless heard the movement behind him. He turned around and was immediately scared silly. 2 elders who were not weaker than him were actually killed by Yi Xian. How was this possible? Damn it! Damn it! Why can this brat comprehend the profound? Why can't I? Windless cursed angrily in his heart. But right now, what he should be worried about was not this problem, but survival. He was a few seconds away from Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to catch up to him, he should need to spend a few more seconds. After all, he was also running wildly. Yi Xian's battle dragon's 10 steps couldn't reach him at this distance. Right at this moment, Windless suddenly saw a figure rushing over in front of him. When he saw the figure's face clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Master! Save me!" The figure that was rushing toward Windless was his master, who was also the great elder of the 1,000 Demon sect. After seeing this person, Yi Xian's face sank. The Great Elder's realm was about the same as the two people just now, but don't forget, the Great Elder also knew the Demon God chapter. If he condensed the Demon God Phantom, it was definitely not something that Yi Xian could contend against. Yi Xian hesitated. He was thinking whether to leave or stay. This windlass almost killed him that day. This enmity must be avenged. But now that a great enemy had arrived, if he didn't leave, his life would be in danger. But at this moment, Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye and discovered another figure. Chapter 539. Chapter 539. Chapter 539 Chi Deviation. Brat, kill Windlass. I'll hold him back. Elder Song shouted from afar. What? Great Elder stared blankly for a moment. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Elder Song had already condensed a Demon God Phantom and was rushing towards him. Damn it! Great Elder didn't expect Song Yi to suddenly appear. He didn't dare to be negligent and used the Demon God chapter. Another Demon God Phantom descended. Master, save me! Windlass smelled the scent of death and hurriedly shouted. The Great Elder also wanted to save him, but Elder Song suddenly appeared and blocked his path. How could he save him? Yi Xian was getting closer and closer. Windlass' expression also became more and more gloomy because the Demon God Phantom's duration was about to end. No, I can't die like this. I'm not reconciled. Windlass suddenly faced the sky and howled. His entire aura also underwent a transformation. Not good, he's Chi Deviation. Great Elder's mind trembled. He really wanted to rush over and help Windlass, but there was no way. He could only watch as Windlass' heart was attacked by fire and entered Chi Deviation. So what if he's Chi Deviation? Yi Xian didn't care at all. Chi Deviation was just a loss of reason. His strength wouldn't become much stronger. Sword of Earth Splitting. When he was only a kilometer away from Windlass, Yi Xian made his move. Several swords of earth splitting drilled into the ground and quickly swept below Windlass. Whoosh! 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 Although Windlass was flying in the air, after the swords of earth splitting were unearthed, they still chopped towards him. The current him was already Chi Deviation. What he wanted to do the most right now was to kill Yi Xian. Therefore, after he defeated these swords of earth splitting, he actually rushed back and attacked Yi Xian. Truly overestimating yourself. Go to hell. Yi Xian directly swept in front of Windlass and slashed out. Bang! Windlass forcibly blocked this sword, but in the next instant, the Demon God Phantom behind him vanished into thin air. The duration of the Demon God chapter was over. Die! Yi Xian's eyes widened. His sword swept out horizontally, chopping off Windlass' head. The number 1 genius of the 1,000 Demon Sect, Windlass, had died. Ding! Host's attribute conversion has increased to 19 points. After Yi Xian devoured the contents of Windlass' Scene and Yang Ring, the system notification rang out once more. The Great Elder had no children, so after accepting Windlass as a disciple, he regarded him as his own. Some time ago, in order to let Windlass comprehend the Demon God chapter, he did not hesitate to spend a large amount of natural treasures to help him break through. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures were huge in quantity, and Wu Feng had not used them all yet. Therefore, there was still a lot of stock in his Chenquan ring. It was a pity that Yi Xian had benefited them all. Windlass. After the Great Elder saw Windlass' corpse, his whole body trembled fiercely, as if his son had died. I want your lives. He was going crazy. If they were to compare realms, he was slightly higher than Elder Song. However, the suppression of realms in the spirit stage wasn't that obvious. The spirit stage looked at attribute affinity, martial arts attainments, and attribute restraints. Of course, it also looked at weapons, combat experience, etc. The Great Elder had the metal attribute and so did Elder Song. Both of them had the same attribute, and they both knew the Demon God chapter. Therefore, it would be difficult to determine the victor without at least 100 exchanges. But now it was different. Great Elder, if it wasn't for you, Windlass would have already died. See if I don't kill you now. The vengeful Yi Xian gripped his Bahuang sword tightly and rushed forward. But at this moment, rumble! A loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the horizon. The Great Elder and Elder Song's expression changed as they suddenly realized something. Not good, the 10,000 demon tower has been broken through by the Righteous Alliance. Millions of demons are coming out. Elder Song shouted. What? Yishen frowned. The 10,000 demon tower had been broken through? That wasn't important. What was important was that millions of demons were coming out. Damn! This Righteous Alliance is truly vicious. In order to obtain the Demon God chapter, they didn't hesitate to release millions of demons. The Green Rock region is going to be in chaos. Yishen couldn't help but shudder. He was also cursing in his heart. What Righteous Alliance? They were just a bunch of trash that would do anything for their own benefit. But right now, he had to deal with the Great Elder first. Great Elder die. Yishen instantly joined the battle. However, he didn't dare to get too close to the Great Elder. After all, the Great Elder was a super expert who had achieved 30% attribute conversion and knew the Demon God chapter. Although Elder Song was helping, he couldn't let his guard down. If he wasn't careful, he would die. I'll kill you all. The Great Elder's appearance had also become ferocious. His aura was a bit chaotic, as if he was about to go berserk. However, he had cultivated for 100 years, and had learned the Demon God chapter for more than 10 years. Thus, he was able to control himself. After Yishen joined the battle, he had a slight advantage in terms of distance. However, it would be difficult to kill the Great Elder in a short period of time. Rumble! The loud noise in the sky grew louder and louder. At this moment, Yishen glanced around and discovered a black mass of demons. They were all demons. Not good, the demon tide is coming. Let's go. Elder Song shouted at Yishen. Before he could finish, the Great Elder roared. Don't even think about leaving. Yishen killed Windless, and Elder Song was an accomplice. The Great Elder wouldn't let them leave. I'll help you hold him back. You go first. Elder Song shouted. No, I'll leave after I kill him. Yishen wasn't such a coward. Elder Song had saved his life just now. Otherwise, he would have died in the Great Elder's hands. Brat, the 1,000 Demon Sect is done for. I'm afraid the Sect Master and Grand Elder are also done for. Hurry up and leave. You can avenge us when you grow stronger in the future. Elder Song shouted. He knew that Yishen had comprehended the profound meaning of Earth. Such a genius would definitely stand out. He definitely couldn't die here. No! Yishen replied resolutely. Wasn't it just a demon tide? He had reached the 8th floor alone. What was there to be afraid of? As long as he killed the Great Elder, his attribute conversion might increase by 20%. At that time, he could bring Elder Song and kill their way out. Yishen's stubbornness gave Elder Song a headache. However, he didn't say anything and continued to attack the Great Elder. A large number of demons broke through the 1,000 Demon Tower and rushed out like a tide. The entire sky turned dark. Yishen assisted in the attack while paying attention to the demon tide. Soon, the demonic tide surged over and surrounded the three of them. The three of them were under great pressure. The Great Elder was the one with the most pressure. He had to fend off Yishen and Elder Song while fending off the demons. Chapter 540. Chapter 540. Chapter 540 Annihilation. Boom! 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 Yishen also freed up a hand and began to clean up the surrounding demons. Each of his swords of earth splitter could travel thousands of meters, killing hundreds of demons along the way. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to collect those devil orbs. As the three of them fought in the midst of the devil tide, the entire battlefield was completely surrounded by monsters. At the same time, Grand Elder Song and Grand Elder Song's true energy was rapidly depleting. After a while, they would not be able to hold on any longer. Yishen, on the other hand, still had a lot of chi left. If not for the continuous use of bedevilment and earth-shattering sword, his chi could have been maintained at its peak. However, this was enough. Elder Song, hold him back. I'll clean up the demons, Yishen shouted. His current plan was to have Elder Song delay the Grand Elder while he killed the devil behind Elder Song. As long as the Grand Elder ran out of chi, he would be dead for sure. However, right at that moment, huff huff, Suddenly, two monstrous demonic chi spread out, alarming the three of them. These two auras are, Elder Song frowned. In the next moment his eyes widened. Oh no, they're here. Them? Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he suddenly came to his senses. The they that Elder Song was talking about were probably the two demonic creatures that were suppressed outside the Myriad Magic Hall. One of them was the previous patriarch of the Myriad Demon sect, while the other was the patriarch's disciple. Of these two, one had turned into a devil because he failed to cultivate the Devil God chapter, while the other had forcefully comprehended the Devil God statue. It was still fine if he was the disciple of the Thousand Devil sect leader, but the other was the previous Thousand Devil sect leader. His strength had probably surpassed everyone present. Brat, hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to, Elder Song shouted. Indeed, if these two demonic creatures attacked, the three of them would most likely die here. However, when Elder Song's voice fell, the first elder's face suddenly sank. Good chance. The demonic chi on the great elder's body suddenly surged, and the demonic god shadow disappeared. Then, the enormous demonic chi condensed into another black figure. The great elder had actually abandoned his physical body and chosen to demonize himself into a demonic creature. This scene happened so suddenly that Elder Song couldn't react in time. He continued to attack the Grand Elder's body. In the next moment, Elder Song was possessed by the Grand Elder. What? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the Great Elder's body floating in the air, he immediately reacted. Damn it! He cursed and hurried to catch the Grand Elder's body and devoured the things in his universe ring. Not enough. Brat, run. Elder Song was possessed by the Great Elder, but he still maintained a trace of consciousness and was fighting against the Great Elder. TSK, TSK, TSK. Old man, give up. Elder Song said again. Obviously, the one who spoke this time was the Great Elder. Now, Yi Xian was faced with a huge problem. No, it was a choice. Elder Song was ambushed by the Great Elder, who had transformed into a demonic creature. Although Elder Song's consciousness was still intact, the Great Elder definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Brat, don't hesitate. Kill me while I'm still conscious, then kill this guy too. If you can't do it, then run. Elder Song said. Yi Xian was thinking as he cleaned up the surrounding demonic creatures. The Great Elder had transformed into a demonic creature and possessed Elder Song's body. The surrounding demonic creatures had already regarded him as a comrade and no longer attacked him. Instead, they all pounced on Yi Xian. Brat, don't be hasty. Wait until I get this body, then I'll take your life, the Great Elder said through Elder Song's body. Damn it! After a short moment of consideration, Yi Xian made his decision. Kill. He immediately rushed toward Elder Song and slashed with the Bahuang sword. An ordinary earth-shattering sword pierced through the air. What? The Great Elder was shocked. He wanted to break away from Elder Song, but he realized that Yi Xian's attack was aimed at Elder Song's arm. To be precise, it was his wrist. Rip. Elder Song's left hand was chopped off. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and kept the yin and yang ring. Ding. The host's attribute conversion has increased to 20 points. 20 points. That was 20%, which was 20%. Yi Xian kept the severed arm in the yin and yang ring and then charged toward Elder Song. This brat is indeed heartless. Although the Great Elder was in Elder Song's body, he couldn't move his body while the two were fighting. He could only stand in the air like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he slashed at Elder Song's head. Go! The Great Elder didn't want to die together with Elder Song, so he directly appeared behind him. Huff! Huff! Seeing this, Yi Xian's right hand paused. At this moment, the Bahuang sword was only half an inch away from Elder Song's head. Old man, it's time for you to die. His expression was cold and gloomy. The moment the first elder appeared, he slashed out with his sword. Earth pulse. No. Bam! 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 The Great Elder's demonic body exploded and then disappeared into thin air. His voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Go! After the Great Elder died, Yi Xian slapped Elder Song's shoulder and quickly landed on the ground. leaving at full speed. This was because he felt an extremely strong demonic aura appear. So strong. This should be the Thousand Demon Sect's sect leader or supreme elder. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. The supreme elder of the Thousand Demon Sect was the old man that Yi Xian saw on the 8th floor. However, Yi Xian felt that this extremely strong demonic aura came from a demonic creature. In other words, one of the Thousand Demon Sect's sect leader or supreme elder had turned into a demonic creature. He didn't know if they were possessed or if they were beaten up by the righteous sections. No matter what, Yi Xian didn't want to stay here any longer. Soon, Yi Xian and Elder Song killed their way out of the demonic creature tide. With their strength, these demonic creatures couldn't get close to them at all. These demonic creatures couldn't catch up to them. After losing their vision, they began to scatter in all directions. The Green Cliff region was going to be in chaos. There weren't many living people in the Thousand Demon Sect. Most of the disciples had already fled. Yi Xian and Elder Song killed their way out. At this moment, they were a few thousand miles away from the Thousand Demon Sect. Sigh. I didn't expect that my Thousand Demon Sect's thousands of years of foundation would be destroyed today. Elder Song was very helpless. After stopping, Yi Xian took out his severed hand and handed over a bottle of medicinal powder. At the same time, he also handed over his universe ring. Yi Xian didn't devour everything in Elder Song's yin and yang ring. He only swallowed a few things, and after breaking through 20% of his attributes, he stopped. Chapter 541. Righteous Tao Alliance. Elder Song, what should we do now? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The Thousand Demon Sect has been destroyed. Thousands of disciples have either died or escaped. The 10,000 Demon Towers array has been destroyed, and the Demon God statue will fall into the hands of the Righteous Tao Alliance. It's impossible to rebuild the Thousand Demon Sect. Elder Song shook his head. Then Yi Xian frowned. Let's disperse. I'll find a place to train. Tens of millions of demons will cause a lot of trouble for the Green Rock region. Boy, you've comprehended the profound when you're only at the spirit stage. Your future is limitless. If you become stronger in the future, you must avenge the Thousand Demon Sect. Elder Song said helplessly. I will. Yi Xian nodded and asked, Elder Song, can I only learn the Demon God chapter by comprehending the Demon God statue? That's right. When you went to the 10,000 Demon Tower, did you fully comprehend the Demon God statue? Elder Song asked. I fully comprehended all 5. I was only missing the Demon God statue, but I was stopped by the Supreme Elder. Yi Xian said helplessly. If the Supreme Elder didn't stop him, he would have been able to learn the Demon God chapter by just looking at the Demon God statue. At that time, the Righteous Tao Alliance would be destroyed. The Thousand Demon Sect might not have been destroyed. Sigh, the Supreme Elder is so old-fashioned. If you want to enter the 9th floor, you must be personally led by the Sect Master. That powerful demonic aura just now was either from the Sect Master or the Supreme Elder. Elder Song sighed again. What a pity. Your aptitude is comparable to the Founder. If you were to learn the Demon God chapter, you would be stronger than me. You might be able to reverse the situation today. Yi Xian also felt that it was a pity. If he were to obtain the Demon God chapter, he would be able to easily kill the Supreme Elder. Those people from the Righteous Tao Alliance would also become his stepping stones. At that time, his attribute conversion would increase to at least 25 points. Since it's already like this, we have no other choice. I have a good friend in the Yanghua Mountain in the north of the Green Rock region. I'm going to train there. Boy, what about you? Elder Song asked. I'll go and train. Yi Xian said casually. Fine, be careful. If you have any problems, you can find me there, Elder Song said. Yi Xian nodded. Immediately after, Elder Song left. He had also given up hope. Yi Xian had just exited the Cliff of Myriad Demons, so he hadn't seen that scene. However, Elder Song saw that this time, the 3 sects had formed an alliance of the righteous sects, and had organized a large number of elites to kill their way in. Among the people who had attacked the Thousand Demon Sect, there were more than 10 of them who had an attribute conversion of 30 or more. Coupled with the Great Elder's interference, the Thousand Demon Sect was completely defeated. The sect master and a few experts retreated into the Thousand Demon Tower. Because Elder Song was at the Battle Devil platform, not many people came and he was lucky to survive. Yi Xian looked at his back and shook his head helplessly. Although he wanted to help the Thousand Demon sect, he didn't know the Demon God chapter. Otherwise, he could have fought with the Righteous Tao Alliance. This was the fate of the Thousand Demon sect. If he had been a day later, the outcome might have been different. I don't know the Demon God chapter yet. The Demon God statue should have been taken away by the Righteous Tao Alliance. If I want to learn it, this is the only way. Yi Xian thought to himself. There was a way. However, he had to wait. After the Righteous Tao Alliance retreated, he would take his time to plan and see if he could find the Demon God statue. As for the requirement to learn the Demon God chapter, it was nothing. Now, the Righteous Tao Alliance might have entered the Thousand Demon Cave and recorded the bedevilment chapter. Therefore, it was very likely that the bedevilment chapter would be leaked. Of course, it was also possible that it wouldn't because he had killed all the elders and disciples who went to the Cliff of Myriad Demons. The remaining 3 elders of the Thousand Demon sect might have directly destroyed the bedevilment chapter, preventing the Righteous Tao Alliance from obtaining it. However, no matter what, Yi Xian had to get the Demon God statue. How could one give up halfway on the path of martial arts? Immediately, he found a random direction and prepared to wait for a few days. The news of the Thousand Demon sect's annihilation quickly spread to the various forces in the Green Cliff region. At the same time, the tens of millions of demons made the people in the Green Cliff region feel anxious. At this time, in a city in the Green Cliff region. What a lie, releasing tens of millions of demons to resist the Righteous Tao Alliance. What a joke. After Yi Xian heard the recent rumors, he couldn't wait to kill his way to the 3 major sects and slaughter them all. If the 3 major sects didn't attack the Thousand Demon sect and the array of the Thousand Demon Pagoda, those demons wouldn't have come out. In Yi Xian's heart, these 3 major sects were actually no different from the Thousand Demon sect. Today, a week had passed since the Thousand Demon sect's annihilation. After Elder Song left, Yi Xian found a place to rest for 7 days. He had just entered the city today because he heard the lies made up by the Righteous Tao Alliance. I don't care so much. I must find out where the demonic god statue is. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with these rumors and didn't prepare to announce the truth to the world. What he wanted to do now was to find out the exact location of the demonic god statue. After asking around, Yi Xian found out that the 3 major sects of the Righteous Tao Alliance had merged into a new force called the Righteous Tao Alliance. At the same time, the Righteous Tao Alliance's headquarters was in the former Thousand Demon sect. In other words, the demonic god statue was very likely to still be in the Thousand Demon sect. After hearing this news, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he cursed in his heart. Damn it! Occupying the land as a king! Immediately, he left for the Thousand Demon sect. With his current strength, he could be considered the top in the Green Cliff region. As long as he didn't encounter the sect leader or great elder of the Righteous Tao Alliance, he could handle them. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at the Thousand Demon sect. Previously, the Thousand Demon sect was besieged by the Righteous Tao Alliance and was in a mess. However, after the Righteous Tao Alliance's disciples repaired it, it was restored to its former appearance. After arriving at the Thousand Demon sect, Yi Xian observed from the clouds in the sky. At the same time, he restrained his aura to avoid being discovered. The Thousand Demon sect, no, it should be called the Righteous Tao Alliance now. In the Righteous Tao Alliance's headquarters, there were disciples of the 3 major sections. They treated this place as their home. After looking around, Yi Xian flew to the sky above the Thousand Demon Cliff. He saw that there were actually disciples of the Righteous Tao Alliance entering and leaving the Thousand Demon Cave. It seemed that the Tao Heart Demon Seed Technique's bewitching chapter hadn't been destroyed. Chapter 542. Returning to the 10,000 Demons Pagoda, Yi Xian's eyes shot out 2 beams of light as he charged into the 10,000 Demons Cave. At this time, the formation of the 10,000 Demons Cave had been broken. Even if one came out of the 10,000 Demons Cave, they would not lose their memories of the bedevilment scripture. In an instant, a storm of blood swept through the 10,000 Demons Cave. In this world, the strong were the righteous ones. There were hundreds of disciples in the 10,000 Demons Cave, but their strength was not high. Only 2 elders with 25% attribute conversion were guarding the cave. These people were all killed by Yi Xian. Not a single one was left alive. As for why the Righteous Path Alliance did not copy the bedevilment scripture, it was because it was personally carved by the founder of the 10,000 Demons sect. If they copied it on paper, even if there was a mistake, it would mislead the disciples and cause them to go berserk. Since the 10,000 Demons sect no longer exists, then this bedevilment scripture cannot be left to the Righteous Path Alliance. Yi Xian thought to himself. He directly dug out the murals and kept them in the devouring space. The Righteous Path Alliance was too careless. The bedevilment scripture was the foundation of the demon god scripture. Yi Xian could not understand why they only sent 2 elders to guard it. However, just as he came out of the 10,000 Demons cave, he coincidentally bumped into a group from the Righteous Path Alliance. Who are you? One of the leading elders asked in surprise. I'm here to collect the bedevilment scripture. Yi Xian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What? The elder and the group of people behind him were all shocked. Collect the bedevilment scripture? Damn it! Quickly go and take a look. The elder's expression changed. He hurriedly ordered someone to enter the 10,000 Demons cave to check. Soon, that person came out of the 10,000 Demons cave with a face as if he had eaten stinky tofu. Elder, the bedevilment scripture is gone, the disciple replied. I told you, I've collected the bedevilment scripture. You want to find him to copy the murals, right? Yi Xian's gaze suddenly fell on an elder in the group. Indeed, the Righteous Path Alliance wanted to copy the bedevilment scripture completely, so they found a skilled painter. But who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, the bedevilment chapter would disappear? You destroyed the bedevilment chapter? The elder asked with a gloomy expression. Guess? Yi Xian smiled as he took off his interspatial ring and tossed it over. The elder took a look. Damn it, there was nothing. Capture him. The elder roared furiously. However, at this moment, Pa! Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. Plop! 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 The dozen or so Righteous Path disciples behind this elder fell to the ground one after another. Their heads had already been shattered by Yi Xian. The might of the war dragon's 10 steps, which had fused with the throbbing pulse of the earth, was terrifying. A single stomp had killed so many people. What? The Righteous Tao Alliance's elder and the painter were both shocked. The former quickly reacted and took out a long sword, charging towards Yi Xian. Just now, if Yi Xian wanted to kill him, he would definitely be able to break his legs with a single kick. However, Yi Xian did not do so because he wanted to know the whereabouts of the demon god statue. This elder's attribute conversion had also exceeded 30%, so his strength was not bad. However, this kind of strength was not enough in front of Yi Xian. Bedevilment, sort of the earth-splitting. Yi Xian casually struck out with his sword, colliding with the other party's flaming sword chi. Fire countered earth, but Yi Xian's attack did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Bam! The 2 true chi collided, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed to the elder's side and slashed out twice. Rip! Rip! 2 crisp sounds rang out. The elder's 2 arms fell to the ground, but there was no blood because the wounds had already been petrified. At this moment, Yi Xian had already placed the Bahuang sword on the elder's neck. Where is the demon god statue? Yi Xian asked coldly. It was only now that the elder realized that he had been knocked unconscious by the dragon battling stomp. After regaining his senses, he could not help but reveal a look of horror. He had already converted more than 30% of his attributes, but he could not resist at all. How was this possible? Kill me if you want. This elder from the Righteous Path Alliance had a backbone. I know even if you don't say it. It's on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, right? Yi Xian continued. As soon as he said this, the elder's face twitched. Sure enough, it was on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. Rip! A head was tossed into the air with a crisp sound. This elder from the Righteous Path Alliance was dead. It's indeed on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. It seems that the demon god statue cannot be moved. Otherwise, why would the Righteous Path Alliance establish their headquarters here? Yi Xian thought to himself as he picked up the surrounding yin and yang rings. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 21%. After killing so many people, it only increased by 1 point. It was getting harder and harder to level up. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and turned to look at the painter, who was only at the peak of the Heavenly Vein stage. I won't kill you. Go. This painter was only invited here and did not do anything, so Yi Xian could not be bothered to kill him. From the beginning until now, this painter had not breathed a single breath. Now that he heard this, he immediately ran away, pissing his pants in fear. Yi Xian looked at his back as he left, then flew up and rushed toward the Myriad Demons Pagoda. The demon god statue was still on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, so Yi Xian had to take a look. However, there was a hidden passage in the Myriad Demons Cliff. He did not know if it would work. He went to check it out, but he still could not enter. It seemed that he could only break through the 1st floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. However, before he reached the Myriad Demons Pagoda, he heard a loud rumbling sound. It's coming from the mountain gate? Yi Xian suddenly frowned. Then, the disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance below gathered and flew toward the mountain gate. It seemed that something big had happened. Could it be that the escaped disciples and elders of the Myriad Demon sect have gathered to counterattack the Righteous Path Alliance? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. If that was the case, it would be too much of a coincidence. This trick of luring the enemy away allowed him to easily enter the 9th floor and see the demon god statue. He hurried to the top of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, waited for a while, and then rushed in. However, he did not expect that the array of the Myriad Demons Pagoda was still there. He had no choice but to take out the token from that day and enter. It seems that the array has been repaired. There might be an expert guarding it. Yi Xian entered the Myriad Demons Pagoda carefully. As expected, there were still demons in the Myriad Demons Pagoda. The last time he entered the Myriad Demons Pagoda, his attribute conversion was not even half. This time, his attribute conversion was more than 20%. In less than half an hour, he killed his way from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. Chapter 543. Translator, Transin Editor. Transcendemonic God statue Yi Xian snuck into the vicinity of the safe zone. As expected, there were disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance guarding the safe zone. However, the Thousand Demon sect had only been destroyed for less than 10 days, so no one had learned the bedevilment technique yet. Hence, no one had come to comprehend the replica of the demonic god. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and killed all of them. Then he rushed to the 5th floor. As expected, there were still people guarding it. Kill. The Righteous Path Alliance formed by the 3 great sects could release so many demons to massacre the Thousand Demon sect for their own benefits. Hence, Yi Xian would not be polite to them. There were people guarding the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, but they were all killed by Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had returned to the 8th floor, he had to be more careful. That was because the entrance to the 9th floor from the 8th floor might be guarded by people like the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Demon sect. Yi Xian cautiously approached the entrance to the 9th floor. As expected, there was a figure guarding the entrance to the 9th floor. He squinted his eyes and saw that it was an old man wearing the uniform of the Righteous Path Alliance. His aura was powerful, and he had probably converted more than 35% of his attributes. So strong. With him guarding the entrance, it won't be easy to reach the 9th floor. Yi Xian could feel the strength of the old man. He immediately thought about whether he could use a diversion to lure the old man away. He took out a bunch of puppets from the devouring system and ordered them to advance in a certain direction. When the puppets encountered the demons, they were immediately killed without leaving a single one behind. The sound of the battle fell into the ears of the Righteous Path Alliance's expert, but he did not move. The entrance to the 9th floor could be considered a safe zone, so the old man was too lazy to care about it. However, he still opened his eyes because he should be the only one in the 8th floor. Why were the demons rioting? It's useless. Since that's the case, I can only force my way through. Yi Xian took out the Bahuang sword and charged out with a wave of energy. Humph! Remnants of the Thousand Demon sect? The old man's eyes suddenly widened, and two beams of light shot out. His figure flashed as he charged forward. Earth-shattering sword. An earth-shattering sword that contained the earth's pulse swept out. The old man was shocked. He could feel that this sword was extraordinary, and he immediately used all his strength to block it. Bang! His Chaos Demon Sect Alliance's sect was Earth Demon Sect's technique was, and with the Earth and Earth's realm, even if the earth-shattering Earth, the sect's Earth's Earth technique, it would not threaten him. However, Yi Xian's current goal wasn't to kill him, but to enter the 9th floor. Profound, it's actually a profound. There's actually such a genius in the Thousand Demon Sect? The old man was astonished. In the next moment, he was God Demon. By mortal sect. Was demon, was Macan technique sect. However, he did not use the battle dragon stomp. After all, that was his trump card. So strong. If you are allowed to grow, the entire righteous Tao alliance will be destroyed by your hands. You must die. The old man did not hesitate and used all his skills to deal with Yi Xian. In an instant, the two of them fought fiercely. The sound of the battle echoed in the 8th floor and even reached the ground. I can't drag this out. If the experts of the Alliance of Righteous Sects come in, I'll be in trouble. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. When the old man stepped on the ground to avoid the earth-shattering sword, he suddenly took a step forward. 10 steps of the war dragon. Earth's pulse. Boom! An extremely strong chi flowed along the ground and blasted towards the old man. The old man was unable to react in time, and his legs were numb from the impact. Fortunately, he was experienced in battle and only used the tip of his foot when he ran, so his injuries were not serious. Due to the huge gap in their realms, and the fact that this step was not enhanced by the 8 Desolate Sword, it only caused a little trouble for the old man. However, this little bit of time was very precious to Yi Xian. Charge. Yi Xian took advantage of the old man's stunned state and rushed towards the entrance of the 9th floor. Humph, you're really here for the demon god statue. Idiot, the demon god statue has a powerful formation that can't be destroyed or taken away. What's the use of you going in? The old man did not care at all and chased after him. He understood the difficulty of cultivating the demon god chapter. Since the establishment of the Thousand Demon Sect, there were probably no more than 500 people who had learned the demon god chapter. One had to know that the Thousand Demon Sect had a history of more than 5,000 years. On average, there were only 10 people in 100 years. Only one person would learn the demon god chapter every 10 years. Therefore, he did not think that Yi Xian would be able to do anything in there. However, how could he have known that Yi Xian had a very bugged system? Yi Xian was very fast. At full speed, his speed surpassed the old man. He rushed into the entrance of the 9th floor and then went all the way down. Finally, he arrived at the 9th floor of the Thousand Demon Pagoda. There were no living creatures on the 9th floor of the Thousand Demon Pagoda. The place was not big, and there was a 10-meter-tall statue in the middle. This was the demon god statue. The statue was personally carved by the founder of the Thousand Demon Sect, a virtual god realm elite. I finally see it. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he focused his gaze on the demon god statue. Suddenly, his head swelled a little. If an ordinary person looked at the demon god statue, they would go crazy. Only those who had comprehended the first 5 parts of the demon god were qualified to comprehend it. Although Yi Xian had already comprehended the first 5 parts, his realm was not enough, so there were some side effects. It's just a headache. Copy it for me. Yi Xian did not care about anything else as he stared at the demon god statue. Ding! Discovered the Tao Heart Seed Demon Technique, Demon God Chapter. Do you want to copy it? Yes. Beginning copy. Current completion rate is 51%. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's head continuously. The copy required time, and the completion rate was slowly increasing. F***CK. I thought I could finish copying it in one go. Yi Xian cursed. At this time, the experts from the Alliance of Righteous Sects had also reached the 9th floor. Humph. Do you think I can't do anything to you now that you're on the 9th floor? Calm heart mantra. The old man snorted in his heart. Yi Xian glanced at the old man and was shocked when he saw that the old man dared to stare at the demon god statue. Looks like this old man has some method to not go crazy, Yi Xian thought to himself as he charged forward. When they were on the 8th floor, Yi Xian and the old man were evenly matched. Now that they were on the 9th floor, Yi Xian was actually weaker. Why? Because he had to divert his attention. He had to fight while looking at the demon god statue. Otherwise, the completion rate would not increase. Ha ha ha, you're affected by the demon god statue. Go to hell. This is the 160th chapter, which has greatly exceeded the 100 chapters that Moonfall promised. Now, Moonfall did not have a single chapter left. The hundreds of chapters that were released in October were the chapters that Moonfall had saved for 4 months. Moonfall needed 2 hours to write a chapter. She wrote very slowly, only 3 to 5 chapters a day. Because she had to eat, sleep, and other chores, she could not sit in front of the computer and write all day. Furthermore, Moonfall still needs to save some chapters. After all, I often have power outages and can't connect to the broadband. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 544. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Demon God Chapter. Ha ha ha, you have been affected by the demon god statue. Go to hell. When the old man realized that Yi Xian's strength had decreased, his aura surged and he launched a frenzied attack on Yi Xian. 80%. 81%. 82%. In the devouring system, the completion of the demon god chapter of the Taoist heart demon god chapter was increasing. In a while, it would be completed. Little bastard, go to hell. The old man suddenly stopped and swung his right hand wildly. Streaks of flaming sword auras slashed towards Yi Xian. The speed of the attacks was twice as fast as before. Oh no! Seeing this, Yi Xian's figure stopped as well. He instantly reformed the Bahuang sword into the Bahuang shield and stood in front of him. Earth Pulse. A strange power was attached to the Bahuang shield. One after another, the flaming sword beams shot forward. First, some of them were shaken away by the earthen pulse before striking the Octotera shield. The Bahuang sword was an empty god weapon. It was a weapon used by an empty god realm expert. How could it be destroyed by such an attack? Boom! 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 18 streaks of sword auras landed on the Bahuang shield but did not hurt Yi Xian at all. How is this possible? The old man was stunned. His series of attacks was enough to kill anyone in the Green Cliff territory. However, Yi Xian was actually able to completely withstand it. That sword? The old man frowned and exclaimed, an empty god weapon? Hearing these 3 words, Yi Xian's mind trembled as well. As expected, an expert from a top sect in a high-level territory recognized the Bahuang sword. So what if you recognize it? Yi Xian snorted and admitted to it. Indeed, it was useless to recognize it as they were in a battle of life and death. At this moment, there was only 5% of the Demon God chapter of the Taoist Heart Demon God chapter left. In a while, Yi Xian would be able to learn the Demon God chapter. Die, brat. The old man's eyes turned red. If he could obtain this Bahuang sword, he could become the strongest in the Green Cliff region. The Bahuang sword must be obtained. Die. He then shot out 18 flaming sword chis at Yi Xian, each stronger than the last. However, Yi Xian used the Octotera shield to block with all his might. It had to be said that the throbbing pulse of the world was simply too useful. If it hadn't been for the throbbing pulse of the world shaking off a large portion of the power of the fiery sword chi, he probably wouldn't have been able to block it and would definitely have been sent flying. 98%. 99%. Tao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Demonic God Chapter, about to be copied into the devouring system. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly rushed toward the old man. You are courting death. His actions were exactly what the old man wanted. But at this moment, 100%. Ding. Tao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Demonic God Chapter. Copy successful. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Ding. Successfully learned. After several twists and turns, Yi Xian finally learned this super powerful martial art. Now it was time for him to explode. Demonic God Shadow, appear. As Yi Xian rushed forward with the Octotera shield, a demonic aura that even the old man was wary of suddenly surged out of his body. Immediately after, it condensed into a demonic god shadow behind Yi Xian. Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Demonic God Chapter. Yi Xian's aura instantly skyrocketed. What? The old man was once again stunned. Previously, Yi Xian was only possessed. Now he was using the Demonic God Chapter. How was this possible? Could it be that he comprehended it on the spot? That was even more impossible. However, there was no time for him to think because Yi Xian was already in front of him. Octotera Sword. Yi Xian instantly disintegrated the Octotera shield and reformed it into the Octotera Sword. Then he slashed with the sword. Bam! The old man forcibly received the sword and was immediately sent flying. At this moment, his face was filled with horror. It's over. Die! Yi Xian's expression froze. He swept the sword with lightning speed and cut off the old man's head. Dead. This old man was a high-ranking figure in the alliance of the Orthodox sects. His position was second only to the sect leaders of the three major sects. However, today he died at the hands of Yi Xian. Haha! Yi Xian threw his head back and laughed loudly. The demonic god chapter was indeed extraordinary. The old man, who was evenly matched with him just now, was instantly killed after he used the demonic god chapter. This was the difference between the bewitched chapter and the demonic god chapter. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently at 23 points. The old man was extremely wealthy. After all, he was an expert who had cultivated in seclusion for decades. He was specially invited by the three major sects to guard the demonic god statue. Unfortunately, all these things were taken advantage of by Yi Xian. After the old man died, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the demonic god statue again. This demonic god statue was personally carved by the patriarch of the Thousand Demon sect using himself as a template. He then merged the demonic god chapter into the demonic god statue. However, this demonic god statue was surrounded by a powerful array. Ordinary people would not be able to break through it or move it. Forget it. There are still disciples of the Thousand Demon sect outside. I'll go out and take a look. If I can get it back, this demonic god statue won't have to be destroyed. Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, he had already put away the bewitched chapter. It was useless for ordinary people to take the demonic god statue. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly left through the hidden passage on the 8th floor. Soon, he returned to the surface. Rumble! The Thousand Demon sect was still in the midst of a war. This time, the ones who came to attack the alliance of the Orthodox sects were indeed the disciples and elders of the Thousand Demon sect. Although the Thousand Demon sect was the headquarters of the alliance of the Orthodox sects, there were not many people who stayed here. Most of them were still in their own sections. The alliance was actually just for show. If it was related to benefits, this alliance would most likely collapse in an instant. Yi Xian turned his head to look. At this time, there was a huge amount of demonic qi in the Thousand Demon sect. He immediately rushed towards the Thousand Demon sect. Soon, he saw the scene of a chaotic battle. Yi Xian felt a few powerful auras. In this group of experts who attacked the alliance of the Orthodox sects, there were two who could use the demonic god chapter. He squinted his eyes and looked. One of the people who used the demonic god chapter was a middle-aged woman. She was Elder Water of the Thousand Demon sect. As for the other person, Yi Xian recognized him, the sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect. However, the Thousand Demon sect's sect leader's left sleeve was empty. It should have been cut off by someone. Unexpectedly, the sect leader is still alive. It seems that the Thousand Demon sect is not completely destroyed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately charged in. What? The few people who were fighting with the alliance of the Orthodox sects all turned their heads one after another when they felt the huge amount of demonic qi. Immediately after, they saw Yi Xian, who was surrounded by the phantom of a demon god, quickly charge over. Chapter 545. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin Revenge. What? It's him? The Thousand Demon sect's sect leader was shocked as he recognized Yi Xian. But what made him even more surprised was that there was a demon god behind Yi Xian. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian had learned the demon god chapter? What a high aptitude! Our 1,000 demon sect will definitely prosper in his hands. The 1,000 demon sect's sect leader and the other experts' eyes lit up. At this moment, the 1,000 demon sect's sect leader and Elder Shui were fighting with 2 experts from the Righteous Path Alliance. Thus, Yi Xian had no opponent. What bullshit Righteous Path Alliance? Go to hell! Yi Xian shouted and directly killed his way into the crowd. Anyone who wore the uniform of the Righteous Path Alliance was his target. Not good, run! The crowd exploded as the experts of the Righteous Path Alliance fled in all directions. What kind of joke was this? Yi Xian's aura alone was comparable to hundreds of 1,000 demon sect's disciples. Who could stop such an expert? Yi Xian's eyes turned black as he began to kill his enemies crazily. This time, the 1,000 demon sect only sent close to 1,000 people, which was organized by the 1,000 demon sect's sect leader with great difficulty. These people might not be able to take down the 1,000 demon sect. But with the addition of Yi Xian, this matter was much more stable. Go! The 2 experts of the Righteous Path Alliance looked at each other and chose to retreat at the same time. Want to leave? The 1,000 demon sect's sect leader and Elder Shui did not want to let these 2 big fish go and immediately entangled them. Ever since Yi Xian joined the battle, the situation of the battle had been reversed instantly. Yi Xian had only entered for 3 seconds, but he had already killed hundreds of people. The remaining disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance no longer had the intention to fight and fled crazily. Thus, Yi Xian was too lazy to chase after them. Instead, he retreated and rushed toward the 1,000 demon sect's sect leader. These 2 experts of the Righteous Path Alliance were comparable to hundreds of people each. This was a huge amount of experience. Swish! Yi Xian's speed had already surpassed everyone present. In just a second, he had caught up with the 1,000 demon sect's sect leader and the others. Oh no! The 2 experts from the righteous sects paled in an instant. Just now, they were already unable to defeat the other party in a 2-on-2 situation. Now that Yi Xian, who was even stronger than the sect leader of the 1,000 demon sect, had appeared, wouldn't it be over for them? You too, go to hell! Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he unleashed an earth-shattering sword imbued with the throbbing pulse of the earth. This sword tore through space, causing the wind to whistle. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of a person. This expert from the Righteous Tao Alliance wanted to block, but he was restrained by the 1,000 demon sect leader. Hiss! A crisp sound rang out. The upper half of this expert's body was separated from the lower half. The wound was instantly petrified and then exploded. However, this was not enough to cause him to die. Profound meaning of Earth? The 1,000 demon sect leader was shocked. While he was still in shock, Yi Xian unleashed another sword strike. This time, he killed his opponent. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the universe ring, but he was unable to break through. Then, he focused his attention on the other person. Now it was 3 against 1. Earth-shattering sword. The other person wanted to dodge, but with the 1,000 demon sect's sect leader and Elder Shui holding him back, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the brownish-yellow sword chi entered his body and exploded. Dead. As usual, Yi Xian went over and kept the universe ring. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 24 points. Not only that, his Earth attribute affinity had increased to epic grade, which was an unexpected gain. How did you learn the demonic god chapter? After the 2 experts from the Righteous Tao Alliance died, the 1,000 demon sect leader could not help but ask. Naturally, it's from comprehending the demonic god statue. Yi Xian answered directly. Comprehending the demonic god statue? The 1,000 demon sect leader was very surprised. Previously, he allowed Yi Xian to enter the 1,000 demon pagoda so that Yi Xian could train on the 1st and 2nd levels of the pagoda. He did not expect Yi Xian to be able to kill his way through. If he wanted to comprehend the demonic god statue, he would have to fully comprehend the 5 parts of the demonic god statue. Monster. He's really a monster. The 1,000 demon sect's sect leader and Elder Shui thought in unison. Yi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense and killed his way back. After all, there were still many people from the Righteous Tao Alliance. These were all experience points. The Thousand Demon Sect leader and Elder Water did the same. As for the details, it was better to wait until the end of this battle. But overall, the outcome of this battle had been decided. In less than half a minute, the group of disciples from the Righteous Tao Alliance were all killed. At least, there were no more Righteous Tao Alliance members in sight. The Thousand Demon Sect had taken it back. But this was not the end. Yi Xian, although the 10,000 Demon Sect has been taken back, the Righteous Path Alliance has not collapsed. If my 10,000 Demon Sect wants to continue surviving in the Green Cliff region, we must eliminate those 3 sects. The Thousand Demon Sect leader said to Yi Xian. Sect leader, you mean? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. We will split into 3 groups and kill our way into the Holy Fire Peak, Yin and Yang Manor and Flame Dragon Sect. We will kill their higher-ups and force them to disband. The Thousand Demon Sect leader said. Splitting into 3 groups? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There were not many experts left in the Thousand Demon Sect, but the fewer people there were, the better. If they could not win, they could retreat safely. Elder Song is not dead yet. He's in the Yanghua Mountain in the north of the Green Cliff region. Yi Xian suddenly said. Oh, that's great. If we can find him, our chances of winning will be higher. The Thousand Demon Sect leader's eyes lit up. If 4 experts who knew the Demon God chapter charged into the 3 sects, they would not be able to resist at all unless the experts of the 3 sects gathered together. In that case, I'll go to the Holy Fire Peak. Yi Xian said. You're going alone? Elder Shui asked in shock. You should go with Elder Song. I think it's better to take a step back and split into 2 groups. It's safer. The Thousand Demon Sect leader was a little worried. Yi Xian was the future of the Thousand Demon Sect. Even if he died, Yi Xian must not die. No need. I alone am enough to destroy them. Yi Xian shook his head. Going with Elder Song? What a joke. He could travel day and night without stopping. It would be a burden to bring another person with him. Moreover, his strength had already surpassed the Thousand Demon Sect leader. Why would he need to team up with others? After seeing the determined expression on Yi Xian's face, the Thousand Demon Sect leader and Elder Shui looked at each other. Chapter 546. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin exterminate the righteous path. All right. Elder Shui nodded before he turned around and left. I'll go too, Yi Xian said to the sect leader of the Thousand Demon Sect. His plan was to exterminate 2 sects by himself. However, the Thousand Demon Sect needed a large amount of resources to continue its development, so he left 1 sect behind. Be careful. If you encounter a strong enemy, remember not to fight head-on. Retreat if you can. The sect leader of the Thousand Demon Sect reminded him. Immediately, Yi Xian left the Thousand Demon Sect. This time, his target was the Holy Fire Peak of the Righteous Path Alliance. If he had enough time, he would also exterminate the Flame Dragon Sect, which was closer to the Holy Fire Peak. As for the Yin and Yang Mansion, he would leave it to the Thousand Demon Sect. After leaving the Myriad Demon Sect, Yi Xian madly dashed towards the Sacred Fire Peak. It took him about a day and a half to reach a scorching hot mountain. The Holy Fire Peak was the top power in the Green Rock region. Most of the disciples in the sect were of the fire attribute, so they preferred hot places. The last expert from the Righteous Path Alliance who was killed by Yi Xian was the Great Elder of the Holy Fire Peak. The Great Elder's strength was much weaker than Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had another breakthrough, no one could be bothered to stop him. He rushed to the front of the Holy Fire Peak. Then, a monstrous demonic aura gushed out from his body. Demon God Shadow. Kill! Yi Xian killed his way into the Holy Fire Peak. In an instant, the Holy Fire Peak stirred up a storm of blood. His goal was to kill the higher-ups of the Holy Fire Peak, so he showed mercy to the disciples. He only took their interspatial rings, not their lives. Soon, his actions attracted the attention of the experts of the Holy Fire Peak. No, to be precise, it was the monstrous demonic aura that forced the experts of the Holy Fire Peak to stop their actions. What a strong demonic aura! Could it be the sect leader of the Thousand Demon Sect who escaped before? Damn it! This guy actually killed his way in. Quick, Gather and fight the enemy. The elders of the Holy Fire Peak quickly gathered. They could feel the monstrous demonic aura moving toward them. When they saw who was the source of the demonic aura, they were astonished. It wasn't the sect leader of the 1,000 Demon sect. Yes? Just as well, let's kill them all. Yi Xian's killing intent was revealed. Ever since he'd killed his way into the Sacred Fire Peak, he hadn't killed a single person. Now it was time for a massacre. Go! The Peak Master of the Sacred Fire Peak shouted. He didn't care about anything else and would kill Yi Xian first. As soon as he gave the order, more than a dozen elders from the Holy Fire Peak charged out. However, their only mistake was that they did not control their chi to fly. His dragon's 10 steps. Earth's art. Yi Xian's feet quickly stepped on the floor a few times. Immediately after, the heads of the dozen or so elders rumbled. Other than the sect master of the Sacred Fire Peak, no one else remained clear-headed. Earth-shattering sword. Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity and slashed out more than 10 swords in a second, killing all the elders. He killed more than 10 elders in a second. The peak leader of the Holy Fire Peak trembled at the sight. Esoteric. This is the Earth esoteric. He actually knows esoteric. The peak leader of the Holy Fire Peak was shocked. In the next moment, his face turned ferocious. How dare you kill them? I'll kill you. The peak leader of the Holy Fire Peak shouted. However, his strength was only about the same as the elder guarding the demon god statue. Facing Yi Xian, he had no power to fight back. Earth-shattering sword. Bang! The elders were killed in a second, and the peak leader of the Holy Fire Peak was also killed by Yi Xian's sword. It was an instant kill. So weak. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. The peak leader of the Holy Fire Peak was a top expert in the Green Rock region, but he had encountered Yi Xian. Yi Xian had learned the Demon God chapter and comprehended the earth-throbbing pulse. It was a piece of cake for him to kill someone who was more than 10 levels higher. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 25. It was getting harder and harder to level up. So many interspatial rings had only increased his level by 1 level. However, if he went to destroy the Yin and Yang mansion, he should be able to level up again. But before that, he had to take care of the remaining matters first. The remaining matters naturally referred to the disciples' interspatial rings. The Holy Fire Peak is finished. The peak leader is dead. Everyone, run. Run. This is a demon. Everyone, run. The disciples of the Holy Fire Peak were shouting crazily. At the same time, Yi Xian was shuttling between them, snatching their interspatial rings. It was perfectly justified to kill and steal. Yi Xian only snatched the interspatial rings and did not kill anyone. He had done his duty. After ransacking the entire sect, Yi Xian immediately left and rushed to the Yin and Yang mansion. The Yin and Yang mansion was quite close to the Holy Fire Peak. It only took Yi Xian a day to reach the Yin and Yang mansion. He immediately used the Demon God chapter and killed his way in. Enemy attack. The Yin and Yang mansion also stirred up a storm of blood. They were slower than the Holy Fire Peak, and the elders came to their deaths one by one. Yi Xian collected the interspatial rings and his strength increased little by little. At this moment, in a large hall of the Yin and Yang mansion, the higher-ups of the Yin and Yang mansion were receiving a young man in white. Young Master Lu is really amazing to represent the Green Rock region in the 100 Territories Summit that is held once every 5 years in the Luosha region. The Lord of the Yin and Yang mansion said with a smile. You flatter me. Xiao Yu is just